4, 3, 2, and we are live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I am the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, most honest man in all of podcasting, handsome Jackie Jones, along with my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
1 inch biceps, the power go. Bah! I am the man who tells you what to do, the boss, baby, the king of all the marks. Jackie Jones, on the behalf of the entire United States of America, I would like to welcome you back to the United States of America.
USA! USA! Although I wouldn't mind going back to London if anybody out there wants to send Jackie Jones back to England. I'll go hang out with the good folks, eat some bangers and mash.
So you had a
big ass breakfast. It was a good time.
It was a good premiere. Everything go good.
Yeah, it was a very exciting time. It's my first live podcast. I did record an interview earlier for Without Your Head, but the first live podcast is coming back. And yeah, it was a great experience. It was a great experience being part of my first feature film, producing it, getting it all together. 2 years in the making. We filmed it prior to COVID, and then everything shuts down. It was literally 2 weeks before, so then you had 2 weeks not knowing. There was times I thought maybe it just wouldn't happen, but we got it done. And then to have a premiere at one of the biggest festivals in the world, the biggest genre festivals, it was a very exciting time. I was nervous going in. Met a lot of people I know, some people I met for the first time, a lot of stars there for their own movies, and then watching the movie with a crowd was just a great experience.
Excellent.
Good. I did media scrub afterwards. It's not nearly as well. I'll be honest. I haven't said this anywhere. I wasn't going to say it online, but I did have. That was my only problem was during the media. But I don't want to say anything bad about the festival. Someone there was very rude to me. Probably the rudest I've ever been treated at any convention. Only one person, though. The rest of the convention was the festival was amazing. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we won't get into that if you don't want to. But yeah, there's nothing going in the world of scrums. I hate that. I hate that word scrum.
Yeah, this wasn't called scrum. It was called media wall.
So media. Wall. I prefer that.
It was like the red carpet, a wall with all the logos. I'll show you a picture.
Doesn't scrum entail like there's like online people as well? So could we not be a part of the scrum next time?
I don't know what scrum really means, to be honest.
I'm not sure either. What the fuck does scrum mean? Let's see. I'm sorry, I'll clean up my dirty mouth.
Very, very, very naughty.
Scrum is a framework for projects management with an emphasis on software development with an initial emphasis, although it has been used in other fields, including research, sales, marketing, and advanced technologies.
So it was the media wall. This was right after the premiere of the film. Me, Michael, and Sophia, the three producers of the film. Once in the future Smash, and I'll go into it. So,
well, the person who was rude to you, were they mad because of your portrayal of your said co-host of In Your Head? Were they like, how dare you be so belittling to 1 inch biceps and say that this character was inspired by 1 inch biceps? How could
they did not even want me to be here.
Oh,
they didn't want me to take place in this. But Michael and Sophia were like, no, he's part of the, there wouldn't be a movie without him. And so went there, the photographer who's taking his picture took all of us. And then what they did with every movie, then they would take individual pictures. And when they went to take the individual pictures, Sophia, Michael, and then went to me, the guy who didn't even see the movie, but he literally jumped an older man, probably like in the 60s, jumped in front of me and yelled at the photographer, "No, not him," and would not allow the photographer to take a solo picture of me. It was very rude. It was very bizarre, strange. I did not understand it. So I gave my phone to a friend of mine to take a picture for me, which he was not happy about.
I thought maybe you just did a selfie on the spot.
Well, I almost did. I was, but instead I gave my phone to and I just took one, and he was not pleased.
Did he have like a English accent, like the guy screaming on the wall, the Pink Floyd the wall?
Was literally pissed. I did not understand. I did not understand what the man's issue was.
My goodness,
it's very odd.
I'm sorry that happened to you. I mean, on a very eventful night, somebody has to do it. And it's like one negative thing can sit with you harder than the entire event sometimes,
right?
You know?
Right.
So I'm sorry that took place.
And so this was a picture my friend took with my camera.
Is that you picturing choking the dude?
Yeah.
Like, just get your hands on him?
Yeah, it's very, very bizarre. Everyone else treated me very well at the festival.
Mm-hmm.
Those very cool people I know came out for the premiere. Emma Dark, Tim Dry from Extro. I say from Extro. He's also in this little unknown movie, Return of the Jedi. But you know,
I've heard of that one. Yeah.
But, no, it was a good time.
Well,
good food. I wish I would have stayed longer. I only stayed 3 days. Met Dobbs and Nikhil. I met Dobbs before, but I met Nikhil for the first time, and this was the first time Nikhil and Dobbs had met.
Were you intrigued?
I was intrigued. It was a very nice time. Dobbs
Excellent.
Went to the casino.
Mm-hmm.
So it was me, our friend Chris, and Michael and Sophia. We went to the casino. Chris had gambled before. Michael and Sophia never gambled before.
Really?
And so we went, and we didn't want to do tables, because if you do tables and you don't know really how to play, the people get very mad at you.
Mad at you. Yeah.
So we played electronic roulette, which actually was very fun because it had actual balls it was really like roulette, but each person had their individual thing without an actual person doing it. So it was fun. And we all played, you know what I mean? We all sat in a row and we played kind of together. So it was kind of fun. Sophia was cleaning up. Her strategy was she picked random numbers, but she was cleaning up on seriously. She put 10 pounds in, which is roughly probably about $13.
About 15, yeah.
Yeah, and she got up to 20 in no time. Michael or her husband wanted her to cash out. She kept going. She got up to 40 pounds. And Michael's like, if you get to 100, that's it. She got up to 104. And so she's like, I got to play at least the 4. And as soon as she did, he hit the cash out and he wouldn't let her play anymore. He's like, you've ruined Sophia. Now you made into a gambler. But it was fun. It's a good time. And then we wanted to go back. We never got it.
What would you call that? Is that like a fence builder? What is that? What's the term for that?
Lead someone into something like that.
You lead her into gambling, but then you're the enabler, but then he just put up a wall to say no.
He's like that. She wanted to get. She's like, I can get up to 1,000 now.
Mm-hmm.
Might have. I don't know. So it was funny though. On this electric, we'll get to wrestling in a minute. On this electric roulette, for an extra pound, you could do the 888 bonus thing. So if you happen to spin an 8, which is hard enough to do, then you'd get a second spin, and if you get a second 8, 2 8s in a row, you win 500 pounds. Then you get another one. If you do it again, it's 10,000 pounds. And if you do it 4 in a row, which is like unheard of, you get it was like 750,000 pounds, something insane. And so I actually got an 8. I was like, oh, so then you get to this, and then it's all lit up and it's rolls, and it was like 36 or something. But and then I was like, that's like so impossible. It's like 1 in 36 or something. Even spin the 8, then to do it twice in a row would be really 36 times 36. So it's like thousands. And literally right after say, it's no joke. This little young Asian girl next to us spins an 8, spins a fucking another 8 in a row, wins the 500 pounds. And then to get the next spin to win the 10,000 pounds,
they actually had to call someone over and unlock the machine. So we actually left. So I'm not sure. I don't think she got it, but it's possible she got that too. But she, I was afterwards like, oh, it's almost impossible to do. And she did it right away. But anyway, it was a fun time. It was really just, we were trying, like I only spent 10 pounds. I won 50 pounds actually in the slot machine then. But we were just really there just to have a fun. We went up. It was weird because it's like a lot of the buildings in England are old buildings and then they're refurbished, to build. So this is a really tall building that they put this casino in. So it's 5 levels, but each level is fairly small. So we were trying to find a bar. I'm the only one who doesn't drink, but everyone else wanted to drink. So each bar so we ended up at the very top outside bar. And so we were up there drinking, and I had club sodas. Well, actually, they call them sparkling waters in England.
Yeah,
but it was a good time. Very good time. Movie was great. Who knows from here? There was someone from Shudder in attendance, someone from Arrow in attendance. Everyone laughed at the right stuff. It was 2 movies, so it was kind of long, 2.5 hours. So we'll see what happens from there. But very cool. Lots of reviews are out now. Most of them are very positive. There are some negative ones, but for the most part, very positive and very positive, and lots of buzz. So looking for the US premiere coming up soon. And when we have an exact date, that'll be up there. And then we'll see from there where things go.
Excellent. Yeah. That's pretty awesome.
Good, really good food. People always tell me English food's not good. I like it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's better than what people make it out to be,
First day I was there, I went to a bangers and mash restaurant. That's all they sold. So you had your choice of like 5 different types of mashed potatoes, your choice of like 5 different sausages, and then your choice of gravies. And then you could just have that, or you can put it in a pie.
Did you order the one most like inchers?
I did. Like, what do you mean? Like minutes? Like,
I knew that was
sausages.
I knew that was fun.
No, I ordered the something and pop and squeak or something. So it was mashed potatoes with cabbage and peas and carrots, and then it was fried. So it was mashed potatoes and it was fried. I did not watch what I ate at all. I thought I'm not gonna worry about that one.
It's hard when you're on vacation.
Yeah, and I want to enjoy myself. So it was mashed. It was really good. It was mashed potatoes. Then they fried it, but then it wasn't completely all crispy, but it had pieces of the crispy in it.
Mm-hmm.
You get that, and it was kind of crunchy. And then I got some kind of traditional someplace sausage was black pepper and pork, and then traditional gravy. That was very good. Well, yeah, we ate a lot of good place. I ate Gordon Ramsay's burger place.
Oh, was that good?
That was very good. I got the Hell's Kitchen they're like, do you want to upgrade to the Hell's Kitchen fries? And I was like, what's that? It's like they put a chipotle rub on the fries, and then they cover them in some kind of cheese and bake them, and then they put this hot sauce on them. I was like, hell yeah, let's do it up. So that was really good.
Yeah, excellent. Huh.
Yeah, everything was good. Get some doner kebab, which I'm a big fan of. Giant breakfast. They serve giant breakfasts in London. I had black pudding for the first time. Which, if you don't know what that is, that's blood sausage.
Yeah, that kind of grosses me out.
Yeah, me too. So I never got it, but it came with the one breakfast. And I'm like, well, I'm going to try it. I figured I wouldn't like it. I thought, it'd be real awful, nasty, very strong. It honestly tasted like beans. Like it had no flavor at all.
Really?
So kind of let down. I was like, it's just there.
Nothing you'd really go out of your way to get then.
No, I didn't even eat it all. It wasn't very good. But the rest of the breakfast was good.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't horrible, I'll say that. But I expected something like, oh my God,
like something that really knocked your socks off if like they would go through so much trouble just to make it.
Exactly. I didn't see a ton of films, but I did see oh my God. Who made Suspiria?
Dario Argento.
Dario Argento's new movie, and he was there in attendance. So that was a very cool experience.
Oh, awesome.
Dark glasses. And I got a pair of dark glasses. There are sunglasses that say dark glasses on them in Shudder. So that was pretty cool. But it was very cool. It was just a cool experience. That was a giant theater. Ours wasn't in the enormous theater. It was like 600 seats. I don't know. And it had a balcony, and I was like, holy shit, I've never been in such a big theater. and everyone there to see Dario Argento and his new movie. And then he did a Q&A afterwards. That was very cool.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah.
Well, like I said, I didn't get to see a lot of the films. I think because I was really there to enjoy myself. Not that I would enjoy seeing the movies, but I saw a few movies. I saw Peg Bundy's new movie.
Peg Bundy's? I don't even know her real name.
Hearts. It was very good. I forget her name. Katie Seagal.
That's it.
The first horror movie she did. And so it premiered there.
You would have thought she would have done one by now.
Yeah. It was
She's
actually
been around.
Yeah. So I didn't even know that was playing. That was cool. I didn't see a ton of stuff, but it was good time.
Well, Jackie Jones,
mm-hmm.
Do you want to talk about the demise of the wrestling business, the downfall, the destruction of AEW? I mean,
I have a different take on this probably than a lot of people. I think it's a work.
I do not think it's a work at this point.
I do.
Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez, they're talking about how outside parties were involved, authorities, security guards had to be called to the scene. I don't believe it's a work.
I remember not that long ago, Meltzer was upset that Tony and the group worked him on the MJF stuff. And I think this is my take on this. And I could be wrong. You can't work fans to make them believe wrestling is real. Mm-hmm. It's never going to happen. What can you make people believe? You can make people believe the backstage politics is real and the backstage drama is real.
Yeah.
Especially with today's audience, who's very, almost everyone's on the internet. AEW audience, probably even more so than any other audience. But I think the same goes with WWE, because Johnny Gargano got this giant ovation when he was on Raw. That wouldn't have happened, 10 years ago. No. So this just probably sparks of reality in this in everything here. But I think it's a big work. You get the dirt sheet guys involved, like Meltzer and Alvarez and Pro Wrestling not Illustrated, but PWI, and they talk about it. They reach all their audience, and even though Clash of the Castle I thought was a great show, after the media scrum, is anyone talking about it? No. What is everyone talking about? They're talking about CM Punk and AEW.
Yeah.
I think it's a big work, and that's what I think, and I applaud them. So,
if it is a work, and honestly, I hope it is, but I don't believe it is, and one of the reasons I'll say now, I said in the past that I felt Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez. I said Dave Meltzer at the time, but Dave and Brian go pretty hand in hand. That they weren't divulging a lot of information about that they actually probably do have. And they said it this week on the Wrestling Observer. They said that Brian Alvarez did. He said that there was things that he wasn't saying about the Hangman Page.
Yeah, but where do they get that information from?
He said that everybody in the back room knew what that promo was about, where we were left thinking, what the hell is this? So I think he's kind of too at his wit's end, and he's sharing.
He also thought the same thing about MJF, and that ended up being an angle.
Yeah. The MJF thing, though, I think that part of it was definitely a work. I think he threw that in.
I think all of it is.
No, I don't believe it is. He was talking, I mean, we'll get to the pay-per-view. I mean, everybody's talking about the scrum stuff now. But, the things he was saying, I mean, it was pretty disrespectful, and it wasn't it didn't feel like a wrestling promo at all.
That's what you want. You don't want it to feel like a wrestling promo, because then it's a work.
Well, okay, that would add realism if that's what they were shooting for. But it felt like it was coming from a person who has been defeated and is pretty fed up with things that are happening behind the scenes, which is a lot of things that we are not aware of. We don't know everything that has happened behind the scenes. But just a hunch. I feel like this is CM Punk being mad, and it has been stated in the past that he can be very difficult to work with at times. And Jericho made a statement like that in the past whenever he
If
left.
it's true, I'm actually pro Punk on all of this. Because I don't believe he had anything to do with Colt Cabana. I think that's a bunch of just.
From what he said, because he did shed some light on that situation that we did not know about from his side of things, saying that Colt Cabana refused money that he said he was offering him to just let the whole thing go, and then he continued with the
regardless of all that stuff. That's between them. I mean, I don't think Punk had anything to do with Colt Cabana not being in the Dark Order. Who gave a shit about that run? That run was nothing. Yeah, even if you're a big Colt Cabana fan, you can't tell me that run was good. And he was literally just a guy. He had one little angle if he was going to join the Dark Order or not. He did, and then from there he was just a guy in the Dark Order. He literally could have been anybody. He was just a guy, never did anything, nothing important, no angles of any kind. He was just a guy in the Dark Order. We started to see them not renew some of the filler guys, Dark Order contract, and he's easily one of them. And then the Ring of Honor thing came up, and to me it benefits him because he can be some use in the Ring of Honor show. Well, he wasn't doing anything in Dark Order.
No, he wasn't.
Why would he be like, oh, you gotta get rid of this guy? This not a job guy, but like they'll be like if he's like, you gotta get rid of 10. Like it's just this guy on the show who does nothing.
Okay, but back to what you said. You said you're taking Punk's side on this, and I will say that for Hangman to come out and do an unknown promo and really try to, throw some shade on Punk about the things that he was saying in that promo, which there's still I'm a little foggy on everything.
This is why I'm pro Punk in this, because Hangman, if this is true, I do think there's reality to it, but I think blown up to this degree, I think is the work. But Hangman starts this.
Yeah.
So whatever he gets back is on him. What he did, the mistake was he started a verbal war with someone far, far superior to him in a verbal battle. So he went in. He's like, he has no shot against CM Punk if they're going to go back to back, doing shoots on the show. Punk's going to destroy him, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah. Well, I will say this though. That thing was dead though. Until
that's why I think it's also work. Why did CM Punk was pissed?
That is strange.
He did the match, and then she was on the show, and then 5 months later he decides it's a big deal and it's gonna start trashing the man. It doesn't make sense to me. I think it's a work to get people talk about the show, and it's working. I think they've been doing the shooty stuff. Eddie Kingston's been doing it. It seemed like that's the area they're going towards, and I think this is to the nth degree.
But I kind of look back at some of his previous behaviors with other companies, and I don't think he was out in the wrong in how he acted in some of that. But he is somebody who will definitely, go home, or he's definitely outspoken. I mean, he has cut off people before. I mean, I know Jericho said he wasn't on like a talking terms with him in the past. I think they are now, but who knows now? I don't know right this instant, but sometime during the AEW career, I think they were talking to each other. But I mean, we've heard of some very strange behavior from him at times. So
he's a man who stands up for what he believes in. I respect that, and it's a big reason why I've always been a CM Punk fan.
But I do think to come back, 5-6 months later,
is the best thing going. This has to be. It's the only time I've sat down and watched a media scrum.
Oh, I'm not offended by the entertainment they're providing us with this. I'm totally cool with that.
Yeah.
I'm worried that if this is real, this is some bad stuff for AEW. I'm worried that it could really hurt.
Well, the thing is, if Hangman did this, the reason why he started this was he thought Punk was getting Colt Cabana demoted or fired. And to me, that really makes no sense because Colt was really nothing on the show. And that's has nothing to do with his talent or whatever. He was, long before Punk was there, he's been nothing. So I think regardless if Punk ever was signed or not, that Colt would have had the same thing. He would have eventually been either let go or if they bought Ring of Honor, he goes to Ring of Honor. Because would they've continued that angle, him and the Dark Order is just a guy. They got rid of other people already.
It wasn't a good spot. I mean, it was just Colt was just standing there, and he
so they could never get rid of Colt. The only possible way they could let him go is Punk.
But people in the back are his friends, and
people are friends with Joey Janela. People are friends with Marco Stunt. People are friends with that other guy in the Dark Order.
But if he was pushed back to Ring of Honor, and Punk had absolutely nothing to say,
is that a pushback? I mean, they sent Samoa Joe there. Claudio Castagnoli's the champ.
They don't even have a show right now.
No, but if they had, when they Brian Cage is there. I mean, these are guys
have we seen
a lot more in the company.
Have we seen anything from Colt since? I mean,
nope. Yeah, he was on the Ring of Honor pay-per-view. So if they
I don't think I watched that one, but I watched the last one.
Yeah, same thing with Brian Cage. He was on there.
Okay, but let me say this though: if the people who are his friends, if they see that he's been pushed to ROH just because of Punk's being there,
complete nothing.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is how the perception is.
Then go talk to him if you really think. Honestly, I think that's a ludicrous thing to think. I'm not saying you're ludicrous. I think on their part, it's a ludicrous thing to think because if you watch a show, the guy we've been saying it long before Punk got there. He's been absolutely nothing. He didn't even fit in the group, and the group was just this bunch of guys. I think it's long past its interest. It should just be disbanded. And the short guy Silver should be pushed as a singles dude because he's over. But no one cares about the group. And Colt,
I don't agree with that 100%. I do think they're not
1,000%.
On the same level as they were, but I think people like Evil Uno. I mean, people are definitely.
Come on, they like Evil Uno. You think Evil Uno?
I mean, he's not over. He's not like this is a new star or nothing. But I think people.
We talked about the show is so many people. They can't get Miro on there. But they need.
I'm not saying
that. They need to get 10 and Colt Cabana and.
Well, I mean, if we're looking at the big picture of all the stars that they have, I mean, I guess you can get rid of the Dark Order.
Yeah, they've been doing this. They've been not. I stand by AEW not firing guys. I don't think that's right when you're in a contract to fire them. But they just don't renew the contract, and we've been seeing that with a lot of guys that's been there since the beginning of the show.
Yeah,
and I think it just lines up. Colt's a guy that's like, do we need this guy? No, and he probably got paid more than some of those guys that like Joey Janela. And then Ring of Honor pops up, so that's honestly, it's a better spot for him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's ridiculous. And if they really thought this, which again, also I think the only interesting thing Colt's ever done in AEW was the match with Bryan Danielson in Chicago, and that was after Punk was already in the show, so he was already signed in AEW by then. To think that they could have said something to him backstage or Tony backstage said they went on air. And if you're Punk and you already have this history with this guy, and then people are accusing you of getting him fired, of course you're going to be mad.
Yeah. Well, I could see him being upset with that too, but I'm saying maybe the situation with Colt was the higher ups tried to take care of it before Punk was in place, and a regular on the show, and they were trying to like get him to go to Ring of Honor, and
they didn't
people
have
who were his friends kind of perceived that as
they didn't have Ring of Honor yet.
Yeah,
they signed him, but
I mean, like
it's not like they hired Colt. They hired Punk, and then Colt Cabana was fired. The next day he was there. They didn't even fire him. They just didn't renew his contract.
I will say Colt has been very quiet. I mean,
I think he should come out and say something.
Well, Dave was saying,
if it's not true, come out and say this isn't true. And if it is true, say, hey, back up either guy, back up, say, hey, wait a minute. I don't like this guy, but he hasn't done this. Or come out and back his friends who are backing him up, say, they're right.
But Dave did say that the reason a lot of the AEW people are not speaking on this is because there are lawyers involved and everything else. And that's why some of the information has not been
at this point, supposedly, but not leading up to it.
Yeah. Well, should we run down for everybody what exactly? What we've heard. I mean, I know a lot of people probably are aware of it, but
yeah, I'm sure everyone knows.
I mean, after the scrum, CM Punk left, and supposedly was he punched?
Like Jackson said, that's who I was talking about. Alan Angels, I forgot the name. That's what they were going to do. They were going to let Colt go, like Alan Angels not renew his contract. And then the ROH popped up, so they have a space for him.
Mm-hmm. But I could see Punk even wanting to work the Ring of Honor shows because he was big, and that's where he made his name. I mean, it would be neat a Punk return on Ring of Honor. So, I mean,
Steven's right. Not totally enjoying the hell out of the muffin. It did kind of make me want to go get a muffin in Chicago.
I wonder if Hangman Page is going to get him was it mixed? What was her name? I forget. But I doubt Hangman Page is going to go there and get him.
Andrew says, does it hurt the company if they fire CM Punk? Yeah, I mean, he's their biggest star. And
he's their current champion.
Their biggest merchandise seller and the biggest draw at the gates and pay-per-view buys.
But yeah, we got definitely a very active chat room here. So a lot of comments. Mike Lopez, never been a fan of Colt. Richard Slater says Punk is bipolar. I always say bio. I don't know.
I think his wife is. I don't know if he is or not. Maybe. Maybe
yeah.
I know his wife's been very. I mean, a lot of my friends are too.
Mm-hmm. But Vic, I saw Vic earlier saying he agreed with you, and he does not want me to call him a mark. So he thinks it's a work as well.
Also, so they said after the scrum that Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks jump backstage to battle the guy. I don't
think it went down like that.
I can't imagine the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega jumping into a locker room to fight somebody. That just doesn't ring true to me.
I could see some of the things that he said,
getting you mad,
get them mad, and
guys that are going to barge in somewhere to fight.
I could have seen them get.
Also, if you're the vice presidents, that's really not become. I think that's way worse than a wrestler saying something.
I could see them going to have a conversation, and the conversation just escalated into something that was bad, where a punch was thrown, a chair was thrown, and somebody got bit.
Yeah, I think all that's a big work.
You think that didn't even happen?
I mean, it's possible with the wrestlers that they fight all the time, but I think they were all in on it. Yeah, I think it's all big work, that the fight.
I don't believe it is a work at this point. No, I think this is something that's really happening, and I could be wrong. I mean,
so Tony Khan just sits there while Punk's going on and on.
Tony's not a very he's not going to sit there and try to battle Punk. I mean,
I'm not saying fight him. I'm not saying not
fighting. Verbally battling.
I'm saying he says, "Hey, wait a minute, buddy."
Listen, verbally battling, because you've already said that Hangman Page had no business going there with him. So is Tony Khan going to have any business?
He owns a company. No, he's not. He's not going to beat Punk. I'm not saying he has a promo battle with Punk. I'm saying he says, "Whoa, wait a minute, that's enough."
For his public,
talk about these. He
probably doesn't want to call him out in public or anything like that, and he probably doesn't call him out behind the scenes. He's fairly new to this. I mean,
but he's owned a football company.
Yeah, but wrestlers are a whole different animal. I mean,
I don't know.
I think Al Snow said it best when he said a lot of wrestlers coming up in his day probably would have been convicts if they hadn't have had wrestling.
All right.
I do think that is a very true statement. And I don't think a lot of that has died, even with this current situation. I mean, wrestlers do some pretty scandalous things at times, from what we've heard. Even football players sometimes they do some pretty heinous things as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, athletes.
It goes with everybody, but it's well known in the wrestling world, I think. But anyways, I don't believe it's the work. I think people were Ace Steel was chomping away behind the scenes. They pulled Kenny Omega's hair.
I don't know Ace. I remember the name, but actually, the little I've seen him, I actually really like this guy. I think he's a good promo.
No, I know Ace Steel because I don't know him personally, but I've seen him on Ring of Honor. And they brought him in, saying he was the trainer of Colt and Punk back in the day, and he would wrestle some back when I was watching. But if that is a work, though, isn't that just like the worst fight ever? That your hair got pulled and then the man bit you. I mean, that is a bad fight.
I know you said the bit part. I only saw this on one thing. I mostly Dave what I saw was a chair.
Dave Meltzer said it.
Dave said, well, I think Dave's easily worked by these guys. I'll be honest. If this is a work or not, I do think he's easily worked by anyone in AEW. They tell him stuff and he's immediately to say it's not a work. I did like the Punk too. Even went to Dave in the scrum. He's like, "What did I do, Dave?" And he's like, "You tell me."
Yeah, Dave didn't have a very good.
And then he also called out Alvarez, which I thought was pretty awesome. I'm pro Punk, work or otherwise. The most entertaining man in the business. He's entertaining me to no end, in and out of the ring.
I like Jonathan Jackson's statement here. He says, "Incher is personal friends with Ace Steel. He taught him all the best fight techniques."
It's very true. Ace Steel, yeah, you were Ace Steel's coach before.
It was like, after you get done fighting him, kid, you give him a good shot to the end, and you run like, oh, what's that saying? You run like
grease lightning.
Oh. Like I was thinking of "Oh Brother Where Art Thou" when he says chasing a rabbit through yours truly, when he's talking about getting going to the electric chair, baby face. But anyways, so I'm sure we're going to have a lot of conversation about this tonight. But I did not watch Raw.
I try. We'll get to the. I'll just say real quick. I watched Clash of the Castle. I watched the AEW pay-per-view. I didn't see the other thing that was on, the Worlds Collide or something. And then
the NXT.
I was like, 3 nights in a row, I'm going to watch all this wrestling because I quite enjoyed the other 2 nights. I thought Clash of the Castle will go there. I thought it was one of the best WWE pay-per-views in a while. And then so I started watching Raw, and I don't want to spoil the Raw report. But I got almost an hour in, and I just did not think this was good, so I stopped watching it.
My AC is out in my house, so it's kind of a chore for me to do anything right now. I don't want to turn a bunch of stuff on in my room here. So I did not watch all of Clash at the Castle. I watched the main event, and I figured it was going to be spoiled for me anyways because I go to work and I have a guy who just tells me.
Clash at Castle I thought was actually very good. The Wales crowd adds a lot because they were really into all the matches, and that to me really adds to a show when the crowd's into it, Mm-hmm. And honestly, there was not a bad match. Even some of the matches I did not expect Liv Morgan versus Shayna Baszler to be good because Liv versus Ronda was so bad, and it's a similar problem. I thought you'd have the good-looking young girl who's not doesn't look intimidating, let's be honest, versus like the badass. But even though I'm not someone who hates Ronda, but she's not someone who can carry a match at all. She really needs someone to carry the match for. But Shayna Baszler really knew how to work with someone that was much smaller than her, and they put on a really good match.
Oh, that's great. I kind of regret not seeing that because and another match here that Andrew Horseshow brings up in the chat room. He says Gunther and Sheamus match was epic. So
yeah, it was a great match. And there's a big problem for a long time now with me and Sheamus is I don't think he's bad at anything. This match was great. It was too big. The kind of stuff I like, 2 physical guys just pounding each other But I've seen Sheamus for so long, it's really hard for me to get interested in him as a character. So going in, I was like, I really didn't care. But the match itself was great. I don't know what you do, but you really need to do something to freshen Sheamus up, because I'm not saying get rid of the guy. He's good, but it's gotta. I'm not saying he comes out, he's a milkman or something, but he needs something. He needs a new look, a new something.
Well, I kind of like the group that they got going on, and they're letting Butch get back to like his Pete Dunne kind of stuff, which I think is they're kind of mixing the character together with his old and his new stuff. So I kind of like the Butch character.
Yeah, I'm not into that stuff at all. Very 90s WWF to me. It's very like corny.
Yeah. I think they do just got to blur the lines and like try to do some of the stuff that Vince had in place just to keep him happy. Or I doubt he's even watching that right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can't just go.
At least for continuity's sake, they try to.
I don't know. It's like Peaky Blinders light. I don't know. It doesn't work for me, but I actually think all three guys are talented.
Jonathan Jackson says Sheamus the Milkman should win a frozen turkey. I don't know what that's for. Frozen turkey.
Yeah, the milkman, Jake Milligan. He won the AWA team challenge, and he won a frozen turkey. The Dom turn. Okay, I like the Dom turn. Dominic Mysterio turn. I also these last 2 weeks I've liked Edge. I think this is the best he's been since his comeback. I think he looks better with the short hair. I also think he works better as a babyface, because you could tell he really enjoys being out in front of the crowd. There's something about a guy who is similar to Punk, someone who was away for a while to have wrestling. You know, he's not in front of the crowd for a while, comes back. He's an older guy. It's probably their last run. They really enjoy, whether Punk likes stuff outside of the ring. You could tell he definitely loves being in front of the crowd. And the same thing with Edge, and I like that. I like that, and that was good. So I like the Dominic Mysterio turn on his. It made me kind of laugh that he turns on his dad. That being said, that the follow up I thought was the pits. So he comes out on Raw, not to spoil the Raw report, with Rhea Ripley, and I thought Rhea Ripley's fantastic in the role. She's like, I took your son and I made him a man. I thought that was a great line. He comes out with like his mullet, like greased, looks like a goof. He's got like a mullet, but it's greased back, and he's all in black. And I can't help it, but I'm not saying he's got to be jacked up or what. He looks like a child in the face, and he had this expression like he was about to break up laughing. He's not a believable guy.
Yeah.
And so he's supposed to be this dark, menacing dude with Rhea Ripley. And I don't believe any of it. It's just unbelievable to me. He doesn't fit the role. I can't.
So are they saying
he's a bad guy?
Are they saying that they're together now?
I guess,
like,
yeah.
Really?
She seduced him with the powers of the woman.
Oh my.
But yeah, I thought he just looked like a goof.
What part of like your dad getting beat down makes you horny? Like,
I don't know.
I don't get this. Like, what part of that is like, oh yeah, I don't like that she's doing that, but ooh. But anyhow,
yeah. So let's. Roman Reigns. Some people were mad. Was very mad. I'm pro Roman Reigns keeping the title.
Mm-hmm.
I do like they got the sword,
Drew McIntyre.
But I think you've had the belt on. See, it's funny. People are saying he's had the belt too long to get the belt off of him. I think he's had the belt so long you can't just have him lose it willy-nilly. You have to have someone that you're really gonna build the show around to dethrone Reigns, because you put 2 years into this title run, so you've got to really. I don't know who that guy is now is the only problem, because they have, while they were building him up so well as like this unstoppable champion, they didn't do a good job building anyone up to dethrone him, because they just kept. It was always, guys that were old or guys part-timers like Brock Lesnar. So I don't know who that guy is. I get I don't know, Cody. I don't know. But anyway, start building some guys right now. See who really catches on, and then maybe come WrestleMania or something. Someone dethrones. I know Meltzer said that the working plan is to have Rock versus Reigns, and that's a huge match for the title. The problem there, I think, is do you have The Rock win the title?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it would be big, but like, it's what the hell? He's not obviously not gonna like. He's
do a whole program,
he's making 10 million or 30 million a movie. He's probably not going to be like,
maybe for his family, maybe he'll do a few matches. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he'd have to do at least one more, and you couldn't be like, I have the belt for a year and I never make an appearance. It'd have to be like at the next pay-per-view or the pay-per-view after, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But that would be shocking though if Rock came back and won the title. I'm not against it.
You had a new debut,
or if you have Reigns beat The Rock, which is cool, but you still left with the problem then who beats Reigns after that, you know?
That's true, yeah.
Oh, and we had a new member of the bloodline, which that was cool.
Yeah, another family member.
Yeah, I'm not sure the guy's name. I'm sorry, but he's Uso's brother.
I'm sure Toronto Stevie will know for us because he's always on top of things.
Yeah. But really, really good show. Honestly, not a bad match on the whole show. Great show. And you know, I've not been a big WWE fan for the last few years, but you know, credit where it's due. That match, that show was great. Every match was good. There wasn't really not even like a subpar match. They're all very good.
I did want to watch Raw, but it is hard for me to watch in this room when it's like 80, 85 degrees here.
Maybe it got better. I'll be honest, what I saw I didn't like. And but I know the other week when I watched the show, a lot of the beginning stuff I felt wasn't the greatest, but then they picked up later in the show. So it's also hard to do a 3-hour show every week and keep the whole show like interesting.
And there was a lot of wrestling too this week.
Yeah.
I mean, Clash at the Castle, the NXT, AEW pay-per-view. It's a lot for a fan to keep.
Yeah, I don't want to overdose myself. I'm trying to get back into watching all this wrestling. But, So we had some stuff on the pre-show, which you didn't see.
No, I did not see the pre-show.
There's a lot of stuff on the pre-show. So this was a very long card. I'll be honest. I know some people have a problem with that. The length of the AEW shows never bother me because they're usually entertaining the whole time. And the AEW product is really about the wrestling, which I'll get into. I did have some issues with the pay-per-view. So Ty Mello versus Sammy Guevara versus Ortiz and Ruby Soho. And this was for the AAA World Mixed Tag Championship. Right away, I'll say this show they have way too many titles. Way too many. I know this isn't really their title and it's kind of a gimmick thing. So I'll give this one a pass. But Ruby Soho, they are completely missing the boat on. She was super over on her debut. She's still really over, yet they push a lot of women who aren't good at all. And a lot of them aren't over in the least, even ones that are pretty good. Like no one cares at all about some of the women they push. And Ruby Soho never wins. Ever, I don't think. She loses everything. Even when she has the band play her live, she loses. I don't understand it. That's what really mind-boggling to me.
Did they play the music that goes Destination No?
But all kidding aside, you were there. There are people are chanting this song, and she never wins a match. What do you think? We've got all these women. This is this is a thing we do need work on. Is we need to have some more women that are over and good.
Yeah,
we've got one here. We don't even ever push her at all.
Oh, that Ruby Soho, yeah.
She's probably right under Britt Baker as the most over woman in the company. Oh, and the TNT champion.
Well, I heard from the Observer that she may have got hurt in the match.
Oh yeah, this was bad. They kicked her right in the head, and then dropped her on her head. Looked like I think she legit broke her nose, and looked like she almost broke her neck. The way Sammy just dropped her, like didn't give a shit.
The hell, Sammy? What the hell?
Bad. So
FTW, he did her like he did Kim's Love. Or what was the girl's name? The one he broke up with.
I know
Jonathan Jackson. He'll know. Yeah. What was her name? Jonathan Jackson.
So FTW title. This should not be
Pam. There it is. You did like Pam's role.
Yeah, the FTW title should. Okay, when the FTW title started in ECW, it was because Taz was cheated out of the world title. So he's just like, fuck this, I'm creating my own title. Mm-hmm. So it's not an actual title. It's not an actual championship. And then when they brought it into AEW, never made sense when they put it with Cage, because Cage wasn't like cheated out. It didn't make sense. They just brought it back for nostalgia, people like Taz. And then just out of the blue, it became just a title that gets defended. So is it an actual title of AEW? Like, I like AEW, but this one, you have too many belts as is. There's no reason to have this title as a real title. If you have it as a fake title and it's got a heel guy bragging about having this, it's like the $1 million belt. With Ted DiBiase, he had it. It was a fake title, and you hated him because he just made up his own belt.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I know he defended Reverse Virgil down the line, but it wasn't like it became an actual belt that people defended for years. We've had multiple FTW champs. It's just the title now. You wouldn't even know why. If you just start watching show, like, what does that mean? The FTW title. I don't know.
I like the connection with ECW though. It's like that belt that flies underneath the radar. You can use it because it's the FTW and its connection to the original ECW.
Yeah, but you have to. It makes
no sense. Jack.
Besides just straight up nostalgia that it used to in ECW.
Why do you want to destroy the original ECW?
It makes no logical sense.
You're trying to destroy.
But in ECW, it wasn't a title that was defended.
But still, this is the only thing you can have.
He could just carry it around with
the title. And this is a connection to the original ECW that Vince McMahon just can't crush.
He could carry it around with him, say his dad gave it to him, but to defend a title,
that would be a total bitch belt. Then I mean,
that's the total point of the title. That's what the title means.
No,
the title is a bitch title.
This is a connection.
When it was created, Taz created it because in his mind he was cheated out of the title, and the idea was that he just made up a belt. It was never meant to be a belt that's just defended and has no purpose other than it was once in ECW. That is shit storytelling.
If you were at original ECW,
it's bullshit.
You would be a fan of the belt.
I watch ECW way more than you, and this
you just
bullshit.
don't understand.
I watch ECW, and this is not how the ECW.
You can see me in the third row
was actually
at the Huntington, West Virginia show.
This is
I am a true ECW fan.
You have a random belt. They don't even understand the meaning of or how it would be used to actually get anybody over. They just made up a belt. Brought it back, and now it's just defended on the show with no reasoning, no logical reasoning, and you have 300 belts already on the show. Everyone has a title, and then so you had to make up another title for this guy.
ECW, FTW
sucks. Hook defended the FTW belt, should never happen, versus Cool Hand Angelo Parker. This is the wrong guy in the group. Daddy Magic is the man of this group.
I think I want to walk around being that guy like 24/7. Just
he is awesome. I honestly think you could do something with this guy. He's great.
He is pretty awesome, and much like a lot of people in AEW, he deserves a better spot.
Yeah,
but you can't have a spot for everybody when you got a million.
No, but I do think he's good with Jericho too, because even when Jericho's cutting a promo and he's standing there doing the eye, it's money. It works. It's very good.
Jonathan Jackson, he's telling us, calm down, guys. We don't need anybody bitten here. So just
and scrumming
bite you, Jones.
So yeah, I mean everyone knew Hook was, which I'm fine. Hook super over.
I know Kitty's a bizarre guy, but if he made up, just say you pulled my hair and then you bit me.
I can see that. It probably makes it believable that these guys are fighting and the one guy bites it. Action Bronson. This really looks like Inter, like if you just I don't know, you just like, fuck it, I'm doing a new lifestyle, screw big ass beer and got all tatted up. You'd be Action Bronson.
I'd be Action Bronson?
Yeah. Have you ever seen this guy? He looks just like you, only with a big beard and tats.
Action Bronson.
Look this dude up. He had the worst shirt I've ever seen.
Action. Oh, so that made you think he's
no.
You're like, he dresses bad.
No, you dress better than this guy, Incher. This guy looks like a slob.
What?
You look like this guy.
What?
Yeah, it's you.
This guy. That is not me. I don't have red hair.
That looks like you, only with if you let your beard grow out and get a bunch of tattoos. It's like a cross between you and the bearded Incher. If you and bearded Incher had a mated.
What's going on here? What?
Holy shit, is that you or him?
I don't know who that is. That is not me. I've never had a beard like
that. You gotta love it. You don't think that looks like you?
No.
You serious?
That's not me.
I think it is. Let's see. I've got a picture. This is the picture from the show.
Action Bronson. I could only get behind this if he's the FTW champ.
This is the now you wear better shirts. So this is legit the worst looking shirt I've ever seen a man wear. Look at this.
Yeah.
He's
got the FTW belt.
Yeah, he's wearing like a 5X shirt with the sleeves cut out. He looked like a total slob. But doesn't he look like you, Incher, if you grew out the beard and you got a bunch of tattoos? Look. He's totally Incher.
Nah.
If you and the bearded Incher had a baby, it would be Action Bronson.
What? No way. No.
Come on. I'm not. It's
Andrew
not
Show says that's your twin bro.
Nice.
I don't think so.
Anthony! For another worthless AEW title that should be stricken and should have never been created. The AEW All Atlantic Championship. Come on, Incher. This title sucks. This title is meaningless. This title is redundant. This title should not be in existence.
Yeah, I don't think they need this one. I can agree with you on this.
The bastard Pac. Now, of all the guys in AEW that I don't see enough of, that I was like, where is this guy? This guy deserves more TV time. It was not Kip Sabian. Of all the guys to bring back.
I don't understand this storyline at all. I mean, Kip Sabian, wasn't he taken out by Miro?
Yeah.
I mean, why is he like,
oh shit, I gotta fight Pac?
Yeah, this is very bizarre. And like he was wearing a box on his head and
keep the box on your head and just get out. Send him off.
He wrestled with the box on his head. That would be kind of
good. I have no interest in this man. Get rid of this guy. I mean, he lost.
Yeah, he's not very good. I mean, I'm not very interested in what he's doing, and I don't know if I ever will be.
No, I will not. We'll go on record.
Penelope, on the other hand, keep her around.
She's not very good either.
I like it.
Orange Cassidy, though, came out. My boy Orange Cassidy, because he was not on this show, but he did come out, and it looks like he's going to be challenging Pac for this worthless title. But as far as worthless champions go, I'm a big fan of Orange Cassidy, so put the title on him.
Can I take you down memory lane? You remember back in the day, you used to always rally against me about a certain group in professional wrestling. You would say how bad they were.
The Bone?
And you said you would never really care about them.
The Baldies?
And that was the ants from
Nikara.
Yeah. You are aware that Fire Ant is Orange Cassidy.
Well, good. He's like this. I know this gimmick is total shit. I'm going to abandon the ants and become something entertaining. I never said the people that were the ants.
You're the biggest fire ant fan.
The ants is a fucking terrible gimmick.
You are the biggest fire ant fan ever.
The ant gimmick.
You have been made a fan of
That's
them.
like saying if you're a fan of the NWO, it's because you love Oz.
You're not walking your way.
Oh man, you biggest Oz fan ever. You
dresses up
from the
like
Emerald
Orange
City.
Cassidy.
You loved it when he walked down there with the monkey on his shoulder. Oh, that was the greatest. And Kevin Sullivan had a rubber mask on. Oh, you loved it all. Why? Because you liked the NWO and Kevin Nash was in the NWO.
How bad
that makes no sense.
And now he loves the fire ant. You love the fire ant.
Man knew the fire ant was bullshit. He's like, this isn't nothing gimmick. This is stupidity. I'm a grown man wrestling as an ant. Fuck this. I'm going to be a grown man wrestling as orange juice. And then he took off.
I can see you right now in that bathhouse up there in Sandwich, and you're right on the wall. You're like, you got a big heart going on, and in the middle, you write
Hitch's got a big heart on.
Fire ant. That's what he's doing.
Fuck
he
the
loves
fire
the fire ant.
Fuck the ants. Incher was loving ants. I told him this is dumbass bullshit. But some of these guys could do well if they got better gimmicks. I don't think so. They're ants for life. And I was like, no, buddy, no way. Especially a fire ant guy. He's got something. He's got some pizzazz there. He's got something about him that's really going to draw in people, especially non-wrestling fans. And he's done it.
Doggo 13 just says, welcome to Oz. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, see, if you paid attention, I was saying wisdom. You were saying bullshit.
No. I was saying
if you can't wow him with wisdom, you befuddle him with bullshit.
No.
Wow with wisdom, Jackie Jones. Befuddle with bullshit. OIB.
No.
Whoa. I can do bullshit.
Ooh, I've dropped it.
That was really impressive. Look at this.
Wait a minute. I gotta get some room.
You can't do it a second. You can't do it like a fourth time after you dropped it twice.
All right, I got it this time. There we go. That's good enough. Let's write home about that one, baby.
This isn't third take.
Some wrestlers have takes.
Oh, bullshit.
We're not live, pal.
Oh, bullshit. The new name.
It's hot in here. What do we got?
Yeah, it's because you're looking at me.
It's 81 degrees in here right now.
You ever look at me and just like, oh my God, I can't put up with such manliness and sexiness.
Oh,
on the screen.
When you said I can't put up, I was like, yeah, and then you said manly, and I was like, God, you're such a fire ant fan.
Boom!
You're the biggest fire ant fan ever.
Yeah, bitch. All right.
Dressing up like him at shows and everything.
Tomohiro Ishii. He comes out and he's like, unlike the other old,
who you're talking about.
Unlike the other old Japanese dude who can't move, he's like he can't turn his head. But he's like old and pathetic. This guy's just like a piece, like he's just like a slug of metal. He's I kind of like this dude. I like no, but this guy, I like this dude. Tomohiro Ishii versus the Mad King Eddie Kingston. Now, if you want to see two guys just literally beat the fuck out of each other, this was the match for you.
Mm-hmm. They
chopped each other till their chests were all bloody. It reminded me of back in the day, Greg Valentine and guys like Greg Valentine and Ric Flair and Ron Garvin. You don't like Ron Garvin, but those guys, they would just chop the shit out of each other and their chests would be all bloody. And this was that. Just beat the living shit out of each other.
No.
I liked it. It was different than anything else on the show.
Eddie Kingston.
It's not a 5-star classic. It's just a fucking let's beat the shit out of each other. And so you had the
I'm glad that he is moving on from unfortunate situation that happened behind the scenes, and he's trying to, he's trying to make up for it. So I'm glad that they had a good match with this one.
Oh, I choppy.
Do you think that was the discussion before the match?
Like, what do you want to do? And he's like, oh, we go choppy.
I like it, partner. And then he goes out there.
Exactly.
Chop my fucking chest. Love it, partner.
Andrew says, bite him, Neil.
Enter is no Frank from Toxic Avenger. Frank could twirl.
I was watching the House of Hammer earlier. I guess the Army Hammer's into biting women.
Yeah, I don't even know who that dude is. And they're saying
he's a pretty big actor.
What was he in? I don't even know.
He's in he played Zorro, but he's in a bunch of stuff.
In the 50s?
Yes, in the 50s. But the I'll be on. I shouldn't go into this. I don't want to be canceled, but he's like DMing with these women. One of them was 6 months about all the sexy stuff, that sexy times I want to do, tie her up and stuff. And then she was, all into it. And then they got together and he tied her up and they had sex. I don't see what the issue is. If you say you want, if you're into someone want to tie up and have sex with you, and it happens. If you don't want that to happen, say no. Probably don't keep it up for 6 months and then do it.
Come on now. We don't want to get canceled. Calm down with your.
I thought we're not supposed to kink shame. I thought everyone loved 50 Shades of Grey. They're all fantasizing about this, but then this is reality, and they're like, oh. All right, so the pay-per-view begins. The casino ladder match. This started fantastic, and it was the first thing I think ever on an AEW pay-per-view that I genuinely hated. The end.
Yes,
it was. I was like, whoa! So people don't know they're having like a really good match, and then this big group of mass people run in, and Stokely Hathaway, who I don't know if this guy's pictures of somebody. What I think this guy's fucking worthless. He's like the FTW champ. He's like the All Atlantic champion of people. He sucks. But for some reason they love this guy. He's the new Mark Sterling, who also sucked, but they love this guy. He's all over the show. And so a fucking manager climbs up and grabs the chip.
Yeah.
When you have all these actual wrestlers, they all look like trash. They all just wasted their time, wasted all these bumps, taking these crazy moves, all for an angle. This match was just an angle. And then the Joker walks in and they just give him the belt or give him the chip. Now, I will say the payoff down the road did redeem the idea of this to a degree, but as a match itself, a total failure.
It was a bad, ending to the match for sure. I mean,
it really just nulled out the whole match.
Yeah, I mean, Cesaro stacking the ladders and having who was on top? I think it was Andrade, wasn't it? Was it Andrade on top? Or
and boy, that was crazy because that was all strength because it wasn't connected right. So Claudio really just had to walk with the ladder. It looked dangerous. I was hoping nothing bad was gonna happen.
Yeah. But I mean, you had spots like that, and then just for this ending, I mean,
yeah, I think it was very. To me, it was disrespectful to everyone I know it's wrestling and all, but still, these guys are out there and AEW is about the in-ring action. So, I don't know I think it just left a really bad taste in my mouth as an AEW fan. Now, if this was a TV angle, okay,
yeah,
but pay-per-view I thought was very bad, and there was actually a couple matches like this on the show, not this bad, but they were really just about the angle and not the match. And I don't think that's a good direction for AEW, because when AEW sells their pay-per-views very well, they make a lot their loyal audience like me, and when you buy the pay-per-views you expect great matches, and there was a lot of great matches, but there was also some stuff like this, which is stuff I don't want to see. This was very like a bad 90s WWF or WCW angle.
When it happened, did you think that was MJF?
Well, I was doing a live chat, so a lot of people were saying it. So I was like, the thing is, if they keep MJF with this group, I think this is a huge failure.
Mm-hmm.
That's a terrible idea because MJF does not need a manager. I think you take away from MJF if you're having this guy talk for him, Hathaway, and all those guys are a bunch. I like the Ass Boys, but they're too goofy to be with MJF. I think that now who's that one guy, Lee, whatever, like he's fine, but he doesn't fit with MJF. The guy used to be with Scorpio Sky, I think stinks. The only guy I think maybe would be okay with MJF is Cass, just if he was like if he was kind of the Warlord character for MJF, just the big bodyguard that stands behind MJF, because that goes with the MJF character where he has a guy like if things get rough, he stands in front of him. I'd be fine with that, but I don't hope if it's just he paid these guys just one night to do this, okay. But if this is the new faction, I think it's a big waste of MJF.
Are you willing to give it a chance?
Of course. I mean, I always give some a chance, but I didn't like this angle at all. And I do not foresee this being good if he stays with them.
Except for Fire Ant that I was trying to get you to give a chance to, but now you love him.
Vinny Vegas, Intra's favorite wrestler.
Vinny Vegas?
Fucking Vinny Vegas.
That's like Kevin Nash back in the day, wasn't it?
Exactly. That is the point, Intra. The point is you're a big NWO fan does not mean that you love Vinny Vegas.
No. I think Vinny Vegas is swell. Anyhow, Jackie Jones. What was the next matchup on this?
The next match was now this is a belt that I really like. But the problem is you've introduced all these other titles, which I think make too many belts. So instead of introducing All Atlantic and making the FTW belt the real belt, if you just bring in the Trios belt, I'm all for it because I like this idea. I think it fits in AEW, especially. They have a lot of trios. I like it. I thought that the tournament has been excellent. I mean, I wouldn't even know who this guy is, but I think Intra's like he's doing the whoopa 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 to the ants. AEW World Trios Tournament Final. So it was a little weird because you had some huge trios already eliminated in the tournament. Coming down to the Elite, which, I can see that. But it was kind of a weird thing. The Dark Order and the Hangman Page was put into this when, was it Evil Uno just kind of gets hit with a crutch and he's dead. He's like, fucking can't wrestle again.
Yeah, he was taken out kind of badly. But,
he's got a really bad farmer's tan, I noticed. Evil Uno.
Well, he's probably not a dude who takes his shirt off much. I don't think.
I mean, I have a farmer's tan too, but
yeah.
I don't know. It's not sightly. It's not a good look on the TV. I don't want Eddie Kingston beating the shit out of me.
Jonathan Jackson, he has a question. He wants to know what if the Ants return and win the Trios title. Come on, you love
Best Friends. I'd be for. I like the Best Friends. So this was actually an excellent matchup. So the first match left a bad taste in my mouth, and I was actually getting down in the dumps. But this match was fantastic. I thought. John Silver's really over. This is probably the best I've seen of Alex Reynolds. Go on in, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the match. It was good stuff.
Yeah, and the Elite, some people like, they put the belts on them. I'm on a different. I think we both were saying this since the beginning of AEW. When they started, they actually intentionally didn't put the titles on Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks and didn't push them as like the top guys. And we were both on the same page. I think that was a mistake because the company really became into existence in a big part because of their popularity. So The idea of like they should never get belts because they're the vice president, but they are the top guys in the show. I mean,
and if this stuff is a shoot, which you say it isn't, and I say it is, but it does do them a disservice right now, because when CM Punk says they've never done nothing in this business, I mean, they haven't had any belts to prove it to the fans. They did start AEW, but not everybody's aware of that, you know?
true.
So it does make them look bad now, because Kenny's the only one who's been like the big world champion. Young Bucks had the tag belts for a while, but they never had that long reign like FTR has had or anything. Well, FTR's had the other belts, but they had the AEW tag belts for a while.
Yeah. So great match.
Oh yeah.
I know we're early in the show, but match of the show so far.
Good stuff.
I was also including the pre-show stuff. So.
Kenny wanted a close-up. He told the cameraman not to back away, and he challenged anybody to beat that match. Does that kind of take you out of it if somebody says that, to beat that match? Like challenging the people in the back? Can you top that?
What was that? I'm sorry. I was reading the chat. Andrew asked if Bray's going to go join WWE or that other new company. What's the other new company? Like the
know your narrative. know your what is it?
If he comes back, I would assume he'd either go to WWE or AEW.
Well, definitely.
I understand that Triple H wants him back. Wants him. From what I've heard, I don't know how true. You know, who knows? But the what was going around was Triple H wants him back as Bray, and Bray wants to come back as the Fiend, and they don't want him to do the. If that's true, I'm totally camp Triple H here. Bray Wyatt was good stuff. The Fiend, I thought, was some of the worst stuff I've ever seen.
All I know is Triple H is hard for some Bray Wyatt and not the Fiend.
Next
bite
was
it off.
The TBS championship match. Jade Cargill versus the fallen goddess Athena. I really thought this was pretty much what this match should have been. It was fairly short.
They were going pretty rough on a lot of it. Like, I think Athena, she went up with those double knees and came down on Jade. That looked pretty freaking painful. I mean, it looked like it could have really hurt her. I mean, and Jade's not like a real seasoned veteran either. No. So I hope she didn't get hurt during that spot. But
someone was arguing with me on Facebook saying like that they squashed Athena here and she should have like either went over, which I think absolutely definitely not. No, I thought it was they both look good.
Yeah.
And not every match needs to be 20 minutes. Especially, I think the longer matches with Jade, she's exposed as not being really seasoned, like you said. But in the short, explosive matches, I think that's what you want to see out of her.
And these two girls are going hard, and I think they put out a match that is definitely stepping up in AEW. I think they did a really good job.
Yeah, I thought this was good.
I like the She-Hulk get up that she had.
Oh yeah, I want to mention that too. I did too. That was nice.
She kind of painted her. She painted like everything, but like one half of her face. Maybe they're afraid Marvel would come for them again. Yeah. Marvel doesn't necessarily get along with the wrestling world. So.
Jade, I've always said like I didn't hate her like some people did, but she was super green. Now she's literally green. But she's clearly a star. Has a great look. I mean, she comes out there and you're like, oh, this is a big star. And she's really improving in the ring.
Yeah, and I like that she kept the belt. I mean, Athena.
I like Athena, but she
definitely needs to stay in the mix, I think.
Oh yeah. I'm not saying she's just should be jobbed out, but I wouldn't have anyone beat Jade at the moment.
I mean, her, Britt Baker, and Ruby Riott. I think a lot of those girls are doing some great stuff.
Yeah. They really need to focus on the ones that are really good. And I'm not saying get rid of the ones that aren't necessarily good, but let them develop more, maybe on Dark.
I'm not familiar with what happened, but what's the deal with Thunder Rosa? Why is she out?
I guess she's hurt.
I
guess it was a legit injury. I don't know.
Because I wasn't aware of any of that when they made that announcement and she cut the promo on Dynamite saying that she was.
I really wish they just would have had the tournament have a match for the belt. I don't like the interim stuff. I don't like that.
I'm not a fan of the interim stuff either.
So then we had it's weird there's so many 6-man matches on the show with the debut of the trios, but I guess in a way that makes sense because then you could establish some trios that go after the belt. I don't know if these guys would ever go after the trios belt, but we have FTR and Wardlow versus Lethal and the Motor City Machine Guns. I'll be honest, this match is fine, but to me, it was a huge letdown for the caliber matches we've seen from FTR over the last this year. It was fine, but it wasn't really an AEW pay-per-view level match to me.
Yeah, it's like I think it's just a difference in styles. I think Motor City Machine Guns are very flashy. I know Alex Shelley can do some stuff.
I've never been a fan of those. I'll be honest.
Yeah. Chris Sabin, AJ Styles has some words for him, but I think he's all right, but I think he might not be quite the wrestler that Shelley is. Jay Lethal's great, but I think he was trying to do the same style as his partners.
Yeah.
So I do think this match wasn't all.
I thought it was so weird even to bring them in.
Mm-hmm.
Just out of the blue. I personally would have preferred it Sanjay Dutt and the big guy because at least that's been built. But
yeah, that's true. It was out of the, and they tried to kind of like build it as like the Impact guys coming in, and like nobody really cares about. I'm sorry, that's Papacito, but nobody really cares.
Yeah, someone had argued with me on Facebook because I was like, even though Lethal shouldn't have taken the fall out of that 3, and they're like, well, they don't want to make Impact mad. It's like, fuck Impact. Impact should be happy that they have any reference at all on AEW. That's Lethal's the guy in the group because it's weird because then they're kind of building up Lethal, maybe going for Wardlow stuff, but he just get destroyed by Wardlow. So. This match, it was fine. This match would have been fine if it was on Dynamite or something, but really it was kind of a waste of FTR, I think, of all the good stuff they've been doing lately.
Before we go to the next match, Andrew's Horror Show, he did bring up another thing about the Bray Wyatt. We were confused what company, and he says, no, is it Freddie Prinze Jr. starting the company, and he offered Bray a seriously big offer to be the face of the company. If
I was Bray, it'd be really on the I don't know if I would take that deal. Maybe he's offering big money, but I don't know if this will ever. You've already got so much wrestling on TV, unless he's got like a TV deal and stuff.
If this was Bray Wyatt, picture me as Bray Wyatt.
If you just want to make money and not worry about like doing something in wrestling, whatever. But
picture me.
You actually want to be like doing something. I don't know.
Picture me as Bray Wyatt, and my phone's ringing. Look, hey, it's Freddie Prinze Jr. Guess I better take this. Yeah, you're starting a wrestling company? Okay, Freddie. Hey, Freddie, go fuck yourself. Go on WWE. That's what he should do.
Yeah, right now, it used to be like, well, do I take the money and go to WWE? And you probably like hate
Freddie?
Your life.
Freddie, are you still there?
Right now, it's like they're pushing wrestlers, the guy that people like around the company. So to me,
Freddie,
a reason for
is there going to be another Buffy the Vampire Slayer? I need to know this.
You're going to be jerking it to some Buffy?
I'm going to be buffing one out. But anyhow, Jackie Joe, yeah. She is not hurt.
And Samoa Joe came back too. And then also, I will admit, I'm a man as a heart, unlike Intra here. So I did like that Dax's daughter came out. That was a cute little end to the match.
I never said I don't like it. I'm cool with it. That's fine.
You hate kids.
Hey, that's Samoa Joe. He was in pretty good shape. Looked like he's.
He did? I thought he looked really out of shape.
I thought it looked like he might have lost some pounds there.
Really? I thought he looked like he gained some since last.
He lost some pounds.
I don't think. Honestly, I thought he didn't look good.
Like he's enjoying a little less of.
I really thought the opposite. Sandwiches. I thought he looked like he gained some weight to me.
Really? It looked like he kind of slimmed down. Maybe.
Yeah, I really don't think so, but I don't.
Maybe all this heat's gotten to my head, and I'm just like, that Samoa Joe's.
You were just really horny for Joe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Give me that sweet Samoan booty.
Why the fuck did we ask that? Good God.
For new people who don't know, we had Samoa Joe on the show. I don't know, it was 2005, 2006, maybe. And maybe 2006. And we asked, I'm not sure who asked. It was probably
your brother, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it was either you or Barbie actually asked the question to him.
I thought your brother called in, or
I think he posted it in the group.
And we asked it.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
So we asked the show asked him if he was afraid in later life of getting Samoan booty, as like that he's get a big fat ass later. And he was like, whoa, dude. That's if we asked that today, we'd probably just get kicked off the internet.
Yeah. Cancel.
We need someone to go through all the archives with a comb and get rid of all the stuff that's problematic.
Get rid of all the cancelable material.
There's not much left of those old shows. I thought this was a 5-hour show. Why is it 10 minutes?
Well, goodbye.
It would just be all calls from Carol. I just want to thank you for all you ever done.
Every single
That's
day.
just every interview. Let's see. Grudge match. Now we went to more huge letdowns for me. Absolute Ricky Starks versus Powerhouse Hobbs. I was like, this is the time for both these guys to shine. Really good build-up. I think Starks has become a real star. I think Powerhouse Hobbs is becoming a real star. I thought, let's see what they can do in the ring. This is just a real quick, almost a squash. I thought it was a real waste. I thought it was just a shit match, honestly.
This is the second time Ricky Starks has been beaten by Powerhouse Hobbs. Is this going to be the end of their feud? I mean,
I guess.
I don't
think this was good.
Ricky cut a hell of a promo talking about how
he could be I think he could be a top guy in the show.
That was a great promo, and I just hope if they're going to go this route, they need to push Will Hobbs and get him over really well, because Ricky Starks really has some potential.
Yeah,
I think they're wasting it.
So if you don't push Starks, and if you end up not pushing either guy, this was just the waste of both. I think you could have had Hobbs still beat him and still protected Starks, but I think this didn't make him look good. I think after these great promos he's been cutting.
Ricky showed a lot with that promo, and I think he showed that he can really talk some people into coming to the building, and they should not waste that with Ricky.
Yeah, because they have a lot of great wrestlers, but a lot of the best promo guys aren't. They're mostly the veterans. So you've got a homegrown guy, much like the Acclaimed, homegrown guy who can really talk and has shown a lot of star potential. I think you should really get behind that. I think this was a missed opportunity. And even just as a match, it was really just nothing, I thought.
Steven Simmons, he says Troy called in and asked about the Samoan booty.
I don't think so. I think he posted the question on the Facebook.
Oh, and
on our Facebook, on our message board.
We might have to go to the In Your Head vault, pull that one out.
Pretty sure it's on the message board. I mean, I have the interview saved. It's on.
It wouldn't be that hard to find because it's during the Samoa Joe interview. Yeah, we've only done one, I think.
Yeah, we only did the one. He was not. It wasn't that it was a bad interview. He did not seem in a good mood. I think it was he was going through some kind of contract negotiations at the time.
Maybe.
AEW. Well, I'll say this: it wasn't a great interview, but I don't think it was the fault of Samoa Joe. I think. Well, I just don't think he was in a good mood. AEW World Tag Team Championship match, Swerve in Our Glory versus the Acclaim. Now, this is the match. There was a lot of stuff here before this besides the trios match. I just thought, this isn't a great pay-per-view by AEW. This match really turned the crowd. They were fucking into this. And I think this is I've been saying it for a while, but this is the match that, to me, even in losing, made the Acclaim stars. These guys, they really have something here they need to capitalize on.
The crowd was going insane for the Acclaim, and This was a hell of a match. I really enjoyed it.
And nothing against Keith Lee and Swerve because they were great.
I'm going to say this. I haven't been a Swerve Scott fan probably up until this match, because I think when he turned and he played up that heel character, I thought that was really good work with it right there.
And it was smart of him because he was legit the only guy in this whole match that the crowd didn't like, because they cheered for Keith Lee even though they loved the Acclaim, and they loved Billy Gunn. But they were booing for Swerve, and like you said, he played up to that. It was really good.
He owned it, and I think that was really good that he did that. And even at the end, he kind of gave Keith Lee some, for doing the scissor at the end.
Yeah,
he's kind of like slapped you on the back, like, forget these guys, come on, we won. And then he went out and then he did the middle finger. He turned the scissor into the middle finger. I thought that was really good. And the Acclaim, my God, they were over. And
yeah. I don't necessarily agree with people who are saying like, oh, they should have called an audible and put the belt on the Acclaim. Like, I get they're super over, and I would have been happy with that. But I don't think always winning on the very first time is always the best way to tell a story too. Now you could tell the crowd's behind them. Now they want to see him win the belts even more. So I think it would be a mistake to just take him out of the title picture. But I think now you got to build them back. They got to get their way back up to get a rematch.
Yeah.
And I think you tell that story, and if they would get the title, then it would mean that much more. And if you don't do Young Bucks, because now they're the trios, if you don't do Young Bucks versus FTR for the tag belts, I think you could do Acclaim versus FTR, because the crowd was going to be really split who they would go for in that.
And while I was watching this match, I kind of thought to myself, is this probably like the biggest match for Billy Gunn ever? Like, has he ever had a response from a crowd like this?
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's his best stuff. Yeah.
But like, that was a hell of a response to them.
Yeah.
And we got Patrick Howell here in the chat room, and he says, I miss Geraldine. Well, I think we all miss Geraldine.
Yeah, Geraldine's going to be in Boston, in my neck of the woods here coming up, Patrick Howell.
You want to get Patrick Howell pretty pissed at you. What are you doing? You doing a swerve? Pulling a swerve on him? You're like, come on, give me the finger, Patrick Howell. Let's do some scissoring. And you're like,
but yeah, this match was great. Honestly, if it wasn't for the main event, this might have been the match of the night for me.
Oh,
this
yeah.
Right up with the trios match too.
I think it was a match of the night for me because they were going insane for it. I mean, that was a really good match.
I main event to me is match, but this is right up there. This was great.
Mm-hmm.
I loved it. And I think you made the thing is too, these guys have so much upside. They're young, and a big thing is that they're homegrown talent. So it's not like, they're cast offs of whoever. They're, maybe they were somewhere else, but no one knows that. No, people know them as AEW guys.
Do you think Keith Lee didn't like being?
No, I think he seemed to enjoy it because they were behind. The crowd was really behind Keith Lee too.
Mm-hmm.
Swerve was the only one they booed, which was interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was great. Then unfortunately, that match was so hot. The next match, which I actually thought was good, the crowd was dead for, and that was the 4-way for the AEW Women's Interim Champion.
Mm-hmm.
Toni Storm, Britt Baker, Jamie Hayter, and Hikaru Shida, who I actually like all 4 women, but the crowd was not into this, and I actually thought it was good.
Yeah, I think Toni kind of gave it away because it looked like she was a little emotional coming out to the ring. And I think, you got to watch that sometimes, because she ended up winning the match. And
I like Toni Storm, so I was fine with her winning. I think we're starting to see, because I've been saying this for a long time, the crowd has loved Britt Baker and they want to cheer her. And I think they should have just made her a babyface a long time ago. And I think now it's starting to be a problem actually with the matches because she's still a heel, but she's the one that they actually want to see. So it's hard for them to cheer other people because the one they want to cheer is the bad guy in the match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, there's no way you can, I don't think you can't argue that I'll ever accept that Toni Storm is more over than Britt Baker.
No, she isn't.
Or more popular. And it's not that I don't like her. I think she's really good, but Britt Baker is much more
This
popular.
does give you a program with Britt and Tony, and Britt did kind of double cross Jamie Hayter in the match. She kind of pinned her,
Yeah.
and she broke up her pinfall, so there's some developing storylines there. But I've heard that there's some issues between Thunder Rosa and a lot of the girls. A lot of the girls feel like she's kind of hurting a lot of them. From what I've heard, allegedly, so who knows? We'll see if anything happens. If anybody gets bit, chair thrown at them.
So this is a good match, but
pulled.
really taken down, I think, by the crowd not being involved into it. So it wasn't very memorable because of that. The next match was.
Do you think they expected the Acclaim to get that big of a reaction?
No.
Yeah.
I think they knew they'd be over. I think they probably thought the crowd would be more split, but if they knew they were that over, maybe they would have went with them for the belts. But I think they knew they'd be over, but not to that level. Mm-hmm. And there's something that I like AEW, but sometimes they don't capitalize on is when people really have a lot of momentum, like when Orange Cassidy came off the Jericho win, Eddie Kingston at different times. So Acclaim has a lot of momentum. They really have to capitalize on that and go with it. Not just all of a sudden not have my TV or just in useless matches. You got to do something with it.
Lexar is bitching about us taking too long. He said,
fuck him.
Midnight.
Fuck him. So, it's our show, and we're doing the show. We're going over the paper.
Jonathan Jackson says it's not even close to midnight yet.
It's not even 11.
Anthony Uberstar, he says, got to go to bed for his dentist appointment next Friday. Lexar. We're getting to you, bud, but we gotta get through the show here, and we want to hear your thoughts.
Right,
we want to hear.
I met some In Your Head fans out in England, and they said they enjoy the show most when it's internet. They love when everyone's involved too, but people also like to hear this. So we're going over the pay-per-view, then we'll let everybody in. The next match was not quite the level of the ladder match, but again, it was an angle match, which I don't think belongs on AEW pay-per-view. This would have been a good match for Dynamite to lead to the pay-per-view, but we had Jungle Boy versus Christian Cage. Nothing happened. We had something happened, but there was really no match to speak of. Luchasaurus destroyed Jungle Boy and really was with Christian the whole time. If this would have been on Dynamite, I'd be fine, but pay-per-view, it was pretty shit.
Well, what do you think happened here? They just wanted to do this angle, or
I think this was the plan all along, because if you watched, ever since Lucha went back with Jungle Boy, he never was physical with Christian.
Yeah. Okay.
So I even called this. I texted this to Troy. Is what I thought was going to happen, and it did. So I think it's a smart angle. I just don't think it's good for a pay-per-view, especially an AEW pay-per-view, because people expect matches. So
I imagine when Troy got your text, he was probably still hung up on Samoa and Booty.
Could have been.
Joe and that Samoa Booty.
So to me, you got to change both guys' name, because even in that, and there was a video, and Jungle Boy's like, you're not fighting Jungle Boy, you're fighting Jack Perry, but he just called himself Jungle Boy. I think it's time to drop that name. And Luchasaurus, if he's the evil guy, big guy with Christian, Luchasaurus is not a good name for that. It sounds really stupid. The American Dragon, Bryan Danielson versus Lionheart, Chris Jericho. I'm gonna be honest, I was really looking forward to this match.
I was too.
I was not into it.
I was expecting more. I'll say that. I thought that they would. I don't know. I think that they would have pulled out a better match. Honestly,
it seemed like it was kind of like it was the build, because I know these because these two guys can do a slower paced match that builds up and then has a big ending. So kind of like I'm watching it and it's like, yeah, I know they're building to something, but it never really, I don't think really got. There was no like real exciting ending. It just kind of went and then it ended.
Yeah. And I was surprised to see Jericho win.
Yeah.
Like I didn't expect.
It was kind of weird because it's almost like they used Daniel Bryan to build up a Jericho versus Daniel Garcia match. And I like Daniel Garcia, but Like, should you use Daniel Bryan?
Well, I do
He's
think
like
they're
a guy
building
you
towards
beat on your way to Daniel Garcia.
I do think they're building towards for the turn for him to join Bryan Danielson's group. But
I think it's gonna.
yeah, I don't think you need to be putting many people over Bryan Danielson because he is known as like the man who's the best wrestler in the world and everything.
Yeah, I mean Jericho's one of their top guys.
Mhm.
So, but I don't know. It's just I don't know. It wasn't that good. I don't think.
Understand?
And and Lionheart needs tights that fit him.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That you felt that his tights were a little too loose. Were those like his
They were just
original?
He's a little bigger than he used to be when he wore these tights, and they weren't fitting.
They just weren't fitting.
Mm-hmm.
Team MJF. Team MJF has super chatted us some pounds. 20 pounds. Yeah.
Team MJF.
Or is that euros?
MJF. MJF.
Yeah, that's euros. Excuse me. I believe that's euros.
Sweet.
Team MJF.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're scaring me. Thank you, Team MJF. We love MJF. Doesn't seem like Punk's a very big fan of him.
Oh damn! Patrick Howe's mom died. Well, I'm very sad to see that.
Sorry about that, Patrick. Our condolences to you.
Yeah. Then we had the House of Black versus Darby Allin, Sting, and the Redeemer Miro. This was a fun match. I always enjoy seeing Darby and Sting and Miro.
I liked the Redeemer was out there, and he was really throwing down at the beginning of the match. And Team MJF, we got some more. Five euros.
Nice shirt, CM Punk. Hell yeah. I'm pro Punk. I'm Team Punk. Best in the world. Got everyone talking. He's the most talked about man in wrestling. In and out of the ring. I say CM Punk is the best. Thank you, Team MJF.
Are you disappointed in Hangman Page?
Yes. Kind of a J-Brone.
But you bought him dinner.
I didn't.
And his whole family.
I didn't. You can't challenge a man to a verbal joust if he is far superior than you. And then, instead of just going back and forth, you go to your other buddies and cry like a bitch. Now, if this is all true, I say he's being a total bitch. If it's all work, I love it. If it's all real, I love it too. All right. But I think Hangman's the bitch here. So Darby Allin and Sting, I would like to see Sting get a title before while he's still can be active. I don't think it'd be wise to put a singles title on him. So you've got a lot of really top tag teams right now, but I'm not know about Miro, but Darby Allin, Sting, and another guy face paint maybe get the trios belt. I'd be into it.
Yeah, I think Alvarez alluded to like possibly this being one of he doesn't know for sure that this might be the last match for
Malachi
Black.
I like Malachi Black, but I mean he was unhappy in WWE and now he's unhappy now. Maybe
he's just unhappy.
Yeah, maybe he's just Julia Hart in this group, she just looks like she was trick-or-treating, like she's like dressed as looks like a little kid dressed as a witch. That doesn't work for me. And Buddy, dude, you gotta get a different name. You can't. There's these two mean-looking, tatted up dudes, Brody King and Malachi Black, and a redheaded Buddy. Come on.
You think the tatted up dude should just hold down Buddy and just start tatting him again?
Yeah, brand him, get up, then they brand him, and he's just they're just and they just keep and they fucking put all these brands on him. And he gets up and he's got all this like evil stuff all over him, and they're like, "You're no longer Buddy, now you're evil."
That would put a smile on Malachi Black's face. He'd be like, "That's the best."
Yeah,
I love branding people.
Yeah, and no, Buddy, no. You can't be in a group called the House of Black and your name's Buddy. It's not happening. But you can't like, oh, here's my Satanist friend Buddy.
What about Black Death Buddy?
Yeah, or he's got red hair, Crimson Death, something like that.
Buddy Death?
No, nobody. Axnay the Buddy. They should have told him, Sam down, dude. You can't be in a group called the House of Black. First of all, you got no tattoos. We'll live with that. Maybe he finally put some face paint on. But dude, you can't be Buddy. Yeah. What the fuck are you thinking?
Team MJF, he says, I find Punk very interesting. He finds it very interesting. Patrick Howe, I'm still dealing with the depression right now. I'm sorry, Patrick. I'm sorry. I flipped him off earlier, and now I feel like a terrible human being. It'll get better, Patrick. Our condolences to you. So, Jackie Jones.
Then, finally, it was time for the main event of the evening. This had great atmosphere. Most people were for Punk, but you had dueling chants. You still had people for Moxley. I think this makes for a good atmosphere for the show. Mm-hmm. You got two favorites, but Punk is the hometown hero. This was a match that really told a great in-ring story. Punk's destroying him for a while. I was like, oh God, Moxley's definitely going to win because Punk's is beating him really bad at the beginning, but then he came back. This was a great match. This kind of match I like. I'm a fan of both guys. The heat just really adds to the match. I don't mean the heat in Intra's room. I mean the crowd. This was great. You had he kicked out of GTS. He kicked out of Moxley's move, and then it came down to almost like a Japanese kind of finish where he hit two GTSs and put out Moxley. It was cool. He hit the GTS and the Moxley kind of fell on him, and he got up and hit the GTS. Just a great match for me. To me, match of the night. But I rate the Acclaim match is up there. And Moxley keeps the title. He's the biggest guy in the company. I'm a huge fan. I love it.
CM Punk won.
Yeah, CM Punk. It's time for the main event. But yeah, Punk is the man. I'm into it. Love it.
Definitely. Jonathan Jackson, he says that in Chikara, Buddy worked as Buddy Ant.
Oh, really? Yeah. So intro, he was probably jizzing all over that. Pepe Petite. Lexar XPW is coming to my hometown, Newark, New Jersey. So, in a way, this is, in some regards, this might have been the weaker of the AEW pay-per-views because they had some stuff I don't think really was good on it. But you also had some great stuff. I think the main event, the trios match, and I gotta say something too. And we most missed the big angle at the end, and the Acclaim match were really good. So by no means I think it's bad. I really enjoyed the show, but if I compare it to a lot of the other AEW shows, it's probably not up there. Even though it ended with a great main event. So the Joker came out at the end, and it ended up being they play a phone conversation. It's like Tony Khan calling up MJF saying you got to come here again. To me, it's like all this kind of work shoot stuff. I mean, obviously that's like a work. He didn't really call him up. Yeah. He just records this.
I think show. I'm definitely agreeing with you on that. I do think the MJF stuff's got to be a work.
And MJF is back. I thought maybe they actually licensed Sympathy for the Devil, which probably cost a lot to play it that one time. But if that was going to be his new theme, that probably cost a fortune to play that every week.
For sure.
It worked for that one angle.
Was it the Rolling Stones or was it like a cover band?
I think it was Rolling Stones.
I'd have to listen to it again to see if it was the Rolling Stones or not. But I know things can be cheaper if it's like a cover band doing it. But,
yeah, because they did that. Balls Mahoney originally came out to the ACDC song, ACDC, and then I think he actually did the cover of it himself.
No, he did.
Yeah, that they put on the CD.
Oh, I got that CD. Yeah,
it actually sounds very similar. So so MJF, huge. He's getting a lot of cheers. I know when they started, people were kind of against the idea of, and I was too. I always think wrestling, you have the antagonist and the protagonist, you have the heel and the babyface, but there's something to be said about letting the audience decide who they want. I kind of like it. So even though, I mean, you do book the show as like, obviously Christian's the heel and stuff. But some of the stuff you just kind of let the thing is, if you let the fans there decide and you don't fight them, because it is embarrassing. Like I remember when Hogan was getting booed before he joined the NWO, but he would pretend he was being cheered, and that stuff doesn't work when someone is like clearly booed and they pretend they're like cheered, or vice versa. They're pretending like that they're hated, but the crowd's actually with them.
Yeah.
But if you just kind of run with it, like you said, Swerve did, or these guys usually do in their matches, then it works. It's kind of cool. Something a little different.
Glogo 13 here. He says Tony Schiavone calls everyone buddy.
Yeah, but when he's saying it, he's not like, "Oh man, here's my buddy. Here's the evil incarnate." He's saying, "Hey, it's my buddy. Hey, yeah." Buddy does not strike fear. It's like Bubbles. You wouldn't name a villain Bubbles. Like, Bubbles. It's Brody King, Malachi Black, and Buddy Bubbles. Come on.
Yeah.
Not working.
You don't.
And the witch, the trick-or-treating witch girl.
Julia Hart. That's not a great name either, Julia Hart.
Not a good name, especially if you're not a Hart.
Yeah.
Look,
especially if you're in a group.
I get it. Other people can have the last name Hart, but in wrestling, if you're using the last name Hart, everyone's going to assume you're one of the Harts.
Exactly.
So it's just a name you can't use. You couldn't come out there and be Julia McMahon. People are like, oh shit, it's one of the McMahons. Like, no, it's just no, you can't do it. Hart is a name. It's like in sports when they retire a number. Like, we're retiring Larry Bird's number here in Boston. No one can ever have that number again. In wrestling, no one can ever have the name Hart unless you're Hart. It's just the way it goes.
What if there's a McMahon wrestler that's a female and she comes out and she says, "I would tell you who my father was, but my father paid my mother a lot of money."
See, I'm for that. I'm all for bastards, just like our old strip. You're not a what's the term for a female bastard? It's not bitch.
I think it's stripper.
That's what your boy Lexar is always watching.
Jackie Jones. I think it's time to get to some of the Zoomers, ain't it?
Zoom in, bitches. Someone was zooming in earlier and I didn't get to him because we were talking. But now you can zoom in. Whoa, I almost knocked over my whole table.
Oh no, that'd be bad.
I'm gonna set up here.
Jonathan Jackson says she's more of a Hart than Tyson Kidd. Well, Tyson Kidd's not saying he's a Hart. He's just saying he's a Tyson Kidd.
Exactly. He's not saying I'm Tyson Hart.
Yeah. Exactly.
I say she's more of a fart.
I see what you did there. Oh, that's good stuff.
Man.
Zoom in and talk the wrestling.
Zoom in and talk the
Zoom
wrestling.
in and talking the wrestling with Intra and the Jackie Jones. Zoom in and talk the wrestling. It's time for the go home. Yeah, man. I see. All right.
That was a good jam. Yeah.
Pretty sweet. Pretty rocking.
Anyways, I know we'll get Steven. Steven's got to call in and try to do some Raw reporting because I missed Raw and you only watched a couple matches. So.
Yeah, I just watched the first 55 minutes.
I'm sure a lot of people want to talk about this whole media scrum. Everybody wants
call
to
in,
talk
type it whatever you want, bitches.
Media scrum. Look at this. It's a man called Steven.
Winter is coming.
It looks like you're doing something explicit with Sting there for a second.
Can you hear him when he talks?
I heard him just there.
Bring it on. Bring it on. Is that all you got? Bring it on. Try harder.
Oh my goodness.
He was making all kinds of noises when I had him over here. He's like playing music and stuff.
Mike B says, Incha. I'm right here, Mike B. I'm right here. Look at him. There's Lexar. Look at Lexar. He's in the kitchen. He's making him a sandwich.
I think if he lays down, it goes 1, 2, 3, like you just pinned Sting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because when I put him over here, that's the second time I did that. But I laid him on his back, and it goes 1, 2, 3, and then the crowd goes ah.
Vic Chavone, he's in the aquarium there. He's got fish all around him.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Vic. Goosey, he's got his big manly beard.
The goose is on the loose.
Don't you think he looks like that guy more than me?
Who?
Goosey?
He looks like
Action Bronson or whatever the fuck his name is.
Action Bronson. I think that is Action Bronson, Colin.
I think he looks kind of like the guy that he was like tag champ there for a while.
Who?
I don't know.
So remember
Intermet at the restaurant.
Oh, Otis.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Otis, yeah.
Otis. Oh.
Whoa!
Oh,
Steven looked like he was on a bender.
He's watched too much
Steven have a hard few days.
Watched too much wrestling. And
He's
he's
so pissed that
he's
you
like,
weren't on the air last week. You started drinking.
Lexar, what did you do last week without us here? Did you just like curl up and cry?
No, I actually listened to a back episode up in your head. You were talking about this was pre actually after the WWE Network debuted, and how Songman was getting ready to actually kill himself.
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's what he said. Because he was devastated. He actually liked Classics on Demand better than WWE Network.
Oh,
And,
I see.
Whoa.
So that's when you thought you thought that Network was like high quality. It's clearer on HD. It's better
it's way better than that. Yeah, that's way better. So I think I was right there, don't you? Team Songman was wrong.
I am the icon.
Man. Jonathan Jackson's hiding. He's like, where's Waldo?
Did you hear that when they pinned him? Boom. Bring it on. Bring it on, bitch. All right, so what's on your mind, Lexar? Bring it on.
If you saw my post earlier, there's a shit loads of wrestling coming this fall. And I want to go to all of them, but there's one problem.
Bring it on.
You know what? Maybe you could get a job.
Some been trying to. There's nothing.
There's no jobs out there. He's right.
Isn't it like every place in the world, like looking for help? When I walk around every town, that's like all I see. Starting at $20 an hour. Work at Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Blow Nuts.
Oh,
Sorry, I had to.
Or you could go rob a bank. Do not do this. I know Incher is really pro robbing stores, but I don't agree with that.
No, I'm not pro Robin
And
Store.
just take a few lessons from Nick Gage and just hit those banks.
You ever burglarize anybody?
Me?
I bet
Lexar.
Lexar, but maybe you have a guilty conscience. I don't know.
yeah.
No.
I did actually stole something, but I didn't
What?
like-
He stole my heart.
Oh.
wasn't that.
Was it from Sex World?
Did you steal Incher's flashlight?
No, I'm not familiar with West Virginia.
What did you steal? Some
If I
M&M?
tell you, you probably burst out laughing. So no.
Well, I want to know now. It was like a Mars bar, a Kit Kat, a Hot Wheels.
Playboy magazine.
Oh God!
Oh man.
Man. Was this recently, or was this like back when you were a child?
What a rebel.
Oh, a rebel.
Federal larceny.
Who was the feature? Who was on the cover, Lexar? Who
Babel?
did you
Was it
have to
China?
No,
Ashley
it was,
Bizarro.
no. It was actually nobody. Just this like
Oh.
this like Polish model.
Lexar was just
A
horny.
Polish
He was like,
model.
Give me that.
Oh,
fucking
like she
magazine."
was the sausages?
Like, how long was her pole?
Oh.
Was it Ivan Putski?
Oh, it was a female.
So did you get a lot of use out of it? If you catch my drift now, Incher's getting ready. Did you
Uh-oh.
plastic bag it up?
Actually, when I stole it, I had like a plastic bag full of stuff in it, like the
Yeah,
things
I
I
know
buy.
what kind of stuff you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. T-shirts.
Oh.
I bought a T-shirt. I legitimately bought T-shirts, pillowcases from a different store. So the bag is like big, so it could fit the magazine right in safely, securely, quickly. And I did it very, very strategically.
You're
So-
a pro.
Oh, this is like an episode of like.
That
Heist or
should be your
something.
podcast, teaching people how to rob.
I
Yeah.
don't do that anymore.
Yeah,
they
you
get
don't do it
cameras
anymore.
now.
You just teach.
That was the
people.
past. This is now Lexar's a reformed man. When he goes into a place and he wants a Playboy, he just slaps down that cash.
Did you get a lot of use out of it?
One Playboy, sir.
No, I bought it for magazines these days online on eBay.
So he takes that plastic out.
You're still buying
slaps it down on the
magazines to jack off to,
Oh.
or read the articles?
Yeah, he's for the
Got it.
articles.
Read the articles. There's actually on something that Incher's probably interested in, NASCAR and Kyle Busch.
Oh yeah, Incher is a big NASCAR mark.
I am the biggest NASCAR mark here, I think.
Dash car.
Dash car.
Such a huge fan.
They're just dashing around in those cars. There's Papacito. He's joining us. He's all masked up for the show.
Damn, he still ain't quit Domino's yet.
Oh, come on now. I love Domino's. Don't listen to Jonathan Jackson.
Speaking of Domino's, 2 weeks
Exactly.
ago,
I think Goosey had a box there.
2 weeks ago, Inter lost a compadre in the battle. Now we've got it even.
Oh,
Domino.
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 Domino. Domino.
No wonder Jack wants to go back to England.
Domino.
How's everybody doing?
Papacito, how are you doing?
Good. I saw that media script. You probably talked about it already.
We've talked about it a little bit, but we can get
Scrum.
into it. Mhm.
Oh man, I loved every minute of
Who are
it.
these characters?
Yeah. I just hope one day I can find a girl that looks at me the way Tony looked at CM Punk.
Oh, Tony, he gave him the
I
starry
don't know. I
eyes.
don't think he was really looking at him in love. It seemed like he kept squeezing.
Looking at him in fear, like, what are you going to say next?
Yeah. I don't think he wanted a girl to look at you like that.
Mhm.
It seemed like he just let his frustration set on Punk. He said, "Punk, you do it. You say it because I can't because I'm the."
I thought I don't know. I thought he looked very worried, but I think he should have. If this is, I personally still think it's work, but if this was real, I think he should have been like,
Do
"Well,
you think that was
that's
acting
enough."
then? He was just acting worried.
Yeah."
He looked legitimately like upset. Like, I don't know what to think about this situation.
I think if it was real, unless he's really just like such a coward, he should have been like, I'm not saying he should attack Punk or even yell, just be like, okay, that's enough.
Let's go around the horn. Who thinks it's real? Who thinks it's fake? Lexar, fake, Vic.
I think it's a work.
He thinks it's fake. Steven?
No, I think it's real.
Steven, you're my boy. You're my boy.
Yeah,
Jonathan
man.
Jackson.
I didn't watch it. No, I did. I want it to be real.
That's a good. That's good because
Jonathan Jackson.
that's why I enjoy it so much, because nothing I watch I think's real. This is something that could be, that makes us talk about it. Something that actually makes us even discuss if it's real or not is a win.
Papacito.
It like I said, I think it's like probably 70% real, and he's frustrated, but he can't say. He looked like a giant jackass if he actually went out there and said, "Oh, Hangman is a dumbass. The Bucks can't manage a target. The other guy was a piece of crap, so I had to kick him out of the company." You can't really say that. You're the head of the company. I mean,
well, I don't think he even thinks that. I think that was all what Punk's saying.
Like you could see
if he thought that, he would just get rid of the guys. I mean, he owns a company.
I mean, he's kind of isn't the whole big thing of AEW that he's taking away power from the EVPs. Like they had more.
I have heard that where like they don't have as much power.
There's a difference between not letting them run the company and thinking they're like useless. Then you would just fire them.
Well, that would be bad for the public if he fired him.
Yeah, but I mean, if Punk is saying what Tony actually thinks, that makes no sense to me, because what he would just not use the guys. I mean, he literally just put the trios belts on the Bucks, and he's had Hangman like main eventing shows and had like a 6-month run as tag as world champ.
Well, my thing is he's got so much on his mind, and now he's got a second company on top of everything. And maybe it's just a matter of he's busy and they're in his face. You know what I mean? Like he's thinking about one thing, and they're like, "Hey, can you give me the trios belt?" And he's like, "Oh shit, what do I do with the?"
I don't know. I don't really think any of this is Tony. I think it's what Punk thinks of these guys.
But
he's got to manage like 30 titles now. That's crazy. Like he's got a lot of belts to keep with storylines and with this and with that, and he's got to make sure a flight. I know he's got help, but it's still on him. It is his company, so I think it could be that he's just like frustrated. Because he doesn't have anything like saying they got managed hard or what about somebody did. Like I mean, I thought it was funny, like troll thing, like but if you think about it in reality, it's like
computer. I can't quite hear you.
Cutting up a little bit, Papacito, but
you hear me better now?
Yeah,
a little bit. Yep.
Yeah, well, I thought that, and I thought the other thing, I tagged you in an intro that they had the opening for MJF with the whole Tony audio playing of he was saying, totally, I'll basically give you all the money, I'll give you whatever you want.
I mean, that's totally storyline.
I know it's totally storyline, and but like I tagged people and I was like, this reminds me of Dixie begging Hogan to stay, because he's basically saying, I'll give you a blank check, just don't leave. Because Hogan was supposed to stick around, but they basically gave him more money to go back to WWE anyways, right? Wasn't that
for the Impact thing?
For TN, that could have kept going. It wasn't like they weren't giving Hogan power then, and I think it's kind of like with MJF. It's not like they're not giving MJF power, or they're not giving TV time. It's just it seemed like very beggy. Like, please don't leave. You already have two companies. You have like at least 200 wrestlers on your roster.
Well, the message
was no
did
need
say that, you know, he knows he doesn't care about the fans, but he'll give him a blank check just to show up and do it.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah.
The blank check thing. You're the
You
head of
think
the company.
that makes Tony look weak in the fans' eyes?
That makes him look horrible. Like, people talk about all of Dixie's mistakes, but nobody can see Tony's. Like, everybody's human, and that's why I'm not even like making jokes of it.
I don't really see the comparison. You talk about something like reality and then something that's like part of the story of the show.
I mean, that's the way I saw it. I respect other people's opinions on it, obviously.
But
I'm just saying, the way I saw it very beggy.
It was storyline that Hogan was like, Dixie was like begging him to stay in the company, and then that was the last appearance of Hogan. So it just made Dixie look like kind of like an idiot.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I think that's
But MJF's going to be on the show tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Well,
I think it's going to
beginning
work
of a
into more
show.
stuff that they're going to do. But
Yeah, it was sad then too, because Hogan, he was like teetering with Spike,
I think
and
that
they were
was.
gonna get
I
the
mean, I
money
think
and whatever.
people really stopped watching the TNA before that stuff was going on.
yeah,
But I'm just saying it's like a parallel. I'm not saying that's an exact thing. I'm just saying, like, you can compare them. It seemed beggy. Like tomorrow he's gonna come out there and do the same thing with Claudio or some other guy who's gonna. I mean, he basically called him a giant mark, and he's like, "All right, I'm a giant mark. You just proved that you're a giant mark." I mean, I don't know how this makes him look good and what's pushing the storyline, but like I said, I respect other people's opinions. I'm just saying, for my opinion, it looked beggy.
So if Tony's a giant mark, am I the king of Tony Khan? I'm the king of Tony Khan.
I think so.
Intercon.
I think Incher, you can figure out a way to parlay
What
Randy back
concept?
into this. I think you can make a couple of calls and you can get something going.
We didn't get Goosey's thoughts. We got to know Goosey. Everybody wants to know what's on the Goose's mind. Is it real or fake?
See, Jack wants it to be real. I want it to be fake. I just think it's so convoluted.
Yes, I wanted to be real. The thing is,
I want it to be fake too, but I think it's real.
I just think it's so convoluted. And why would they completely overshadow MJF's return with this?
Sick. That's right.
Yeah,
I think it
This
all.
doesn't
that's
make any
true
sense.
too. I mean, they are kind of ruining.
If it is fake, they'd
momentum.
have to have been going over this fucking script for months.
I don't think so. I think a lot of it's just you kind of come up with the idea, and then you just let people. You don't script it. You just let Punk out there and say what he wants.
And to anybody who believes it's fake, who would fake the storyline that your hair is going to get pulled and then you get bitten?
I mean,
That's the worst fight ever.
Some of that's just like Meltzer reporting.
Meltzer knows, Jack.
It also ties
Not
in
doubt
with
the
the
Meltzer.
Montreal Screwjob. I mean, that was about Bret Hart pulling the
So
dude's
Sean's
head
going to come out.
Well,
at some
the-
point?
honestly, I haven't even seen the stuff I saw was that there was a punch thrown and that Nick Jackson was hit in the eye with a chair. It seems very odd in a real fight that you'd hit a guy with a
Alvarez
chair.
mentioned a bite, a steel bite.
bit Omega.
Hit him on the ass.
Bit. Just like that.
That's the ultimate revenge, to bite somebody on the ass.
I remember
Kenny
Incher
Omega's-
nibbling on my ass.
Kenny Omega's running around with a steel on his ass. He's like,
Do you imagine? I don't see Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks running in to fight somebody.
and Punk's cheering him on. He's like, get him, Omega, get him through this steel. And Kenny's going, woo.
Well, and if you watch the press conference start to finish, which it's a chore, but before Jericho comes in, when he sits down, he whispers to Tony Khan, "Shit went down."
Really?
Yeah, it's caught on video, so that makes like, why would Jericho randomly on camera just say shit went down?
Yeah,
Because that adds into people thinking it's real. Then, because
and I know they said somebody whispered to Tony like right as he was going for his portion of the media scrum, because They were saying it was timed out. Each person's segment, they had a timer because they felt like the last one went
Yeah,
too
it was like
long.
20 minutes.
But if it was part of the angle, that's some epic kudos Oscar-worthy scripting.
I don't really think so.
Down to a little
that's pretty
simple
just kind of
mannerism
basic
is-
thing to me.
Whispering something to
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that could even just something you do on the fly.
I mean,
I will-
it is upsetting that if this is real, that it's like I feel bad for all the guys. I mean, because I don't want like
Hangman
to be
shouldn't
this
have been
much
a bitch.
turmoil.
If it's real, Hangman
Well-
shouldn't have been a bitch. And then
I agree with that.
Nothing in return. He got something in return by someone who's a much better speaker than him.
I agree with that. Hangman shouldn't went into business for himself. He should have been professional. But then again, CM Punk coming out and going into business for himself, that was also
Two wrongs don't make a right, but I don't have any sympathy for him.
Nobody would know about it if it was dead.
But he would know, like, hey, this guy bashed me, it tried to make me look like a fool on TV. I'm going to do the same to him. I stand by that. I agree.
Also,
I'm just saying though, if he would have kept it quiet, I mean, this would have blown over, and
everybody knew about it though. Like
he wouldn't have had to
asking
talk
him about it.
Colt. I mean, he wouldn't have had to do that whole speech.
Yeah, like Jonathan said, people were asking him. I mean, it was everywhere.
Yeah, the interviewers were asking him about it. That's what prompted him to start the whole rant to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this: if, like Jack says, it's fake, mission accomplished, because tomorrow night.
Oh yeah, everyone
one of the most watched wrestling programs in the past 5 years.
The castle show I thought was great.
Dynamite.
I love the clash at the castle, but after Sunday, I mean, did I even think about it? No, this is all I'm interested in now.
Yeah. I mean, they did a great job with that. I mean, it does make everybody want to tune in and see.
I could be wrong, but I think it's work based in, there's probably some reality to it, but anytime you get some reality stuff, you should run with it. If something lands on your lap, go with it.
And it makes you wonder, because Tony Khan came out with those comments about being pissed off about WWE running Clash at the Castle this weekend.
Yeah, some of that stuff I don't think he should just even mention.
So,
even though I would agree with him, but I mean, just don't even mention it.
Well, Vince McMahon said in the past, and I know Vince is ousted from the company, but he said like his business philosophy isn't like screw the other guy, it's just take what you can, which I totally think he's full of shit when he said.
Oh, I mean, if you look at the history, he was always trying to, to sabotage.
When he ever said that comment, I was like, he is so full of shit. He's like, my philosophy for business is do what you can for yourself. But that is not true. That is not true at all. Anyways, anybody want to share their opinions why they think it's fake? I mean, is there any?
I mean, I really went over what I thought.
Vic, you said
people thought the pipe bomb was real at first. I mean, Punk is just very good at what he does.
No, that's true. That is true.
So, I mean,
I think he's the best at that. MJF is up there too, and now you that's why I don't think it necessarily overshadows MJF, because I think MJF's because CM Punk even mentioned him. He's like, Tony just wants me to, wrestle all these. I forget what he said, but
like scrubs or
not scrubs. It wasn't really like that. It was about like these asshole kind of
these pricks. He said, wasn't it?
So I think the future of the company is a lot of these work shoot things. That's my opinion. They were doing that even before this, like with Eddie Kingston and the different things. Britt Baker said a lot of shoot stuff on TV, unless everyone's just decided to go into business for themselves all the time. I mean, I guess that's possible. But...
I mean, it could be because Eddie Kingston did charge Sammy Guevara.
Yeah. If that was, who knows? Maybe that was a work too. I don't know, but I do think I love Eddie Kingston, but he's definitely in the wrong for that, because these guys are going out there and blasting each other on TV, and people have said worse. Eddie Kingston says a lot of bad stuff, and so they actually get mad because the guy called them fat. That's
pretty rough. That's like, how can you go out and say the things that you say and then get your feelings all hurt over somebody insulting like that? I mean, come on. He
All
must
right.
not like us very well because we keep telling him not to take his straps down anymore. So
No, I love Eddie Kingston, and I always say his stuff because
he hates us, Jack.
I
We
think,
hung up on him.
I think he
We hung
could have.
right the fuck up on him.
I think
He
they
was
missed
like,
the boat. They didn't because but he could have been world champ. Not that long ago, he really had the crowd behind him. But
I do feel bad about hanging up.
they missed a lot of momentum. That's and it's unfortunate. All right.
Anything else there, Lexar, before we
Yeah, I hope they have Eddie Kingston versus Sammy Guevara for Grand Slam. Because that
Are
was
you going to
supposed
make it
wrestle
to
at
any
All
of
Out.
these wrestling shows, Lexar?
If my money holds up,
It will
need
if
to
you triple it
GoFundMe.
at the casino.
need a GoFundMe for Lexar so he can go to the strip clubs and watch all the wrestling
Go find me
shows.
so Lexar can just go live it up. The
I know,
hell?
right? What the hell?
he'd give us good stories though. He would bring the goods. I mean, he's telling us about stealing Playboys now. I mean,
True.
Lexar brings the goods. He is a team player.
Do you ever think about becoming a gigolo?
I visit a lot of strip clubs, so even
That's usually where
Geraldine,
gigolos get started.
Geraldine says I should stop going to strip clubs so I could save money. Now, she kind of has a point, but I love
Kinda.
strip clubs.
I don't think she has a point, Lexar. You just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, live it up.
Live it up.
I mean, if you go to casino, you lose money too. The
You-
last time I went to
You'd
casino,
rather burn out than fade away, right?
But I will say, if you go to the strip club, you don't have a chance of putting $1 in the G-string and like $1,000 comes out.
I took $150 at a casino, and I didn't want
Look,
anything
that's
but
probably not the best
$15.
way either to try to save money. Maybe save your money by not spending it.
That's a good point, but
Do you want Lexar coming on and giving financial advice, or do you want Lexar coming on and giving his stories about going to strip clubs?
and wrestling shows and
What would you give advice to young Lexar here to make some money so he could go to all these wrestling shows? Just keep going to strip clubs, buying lap dances.
Yeah, there you go.
They'll cash out eventually.
Definitely don't get a job.
You might want to look into some sort of employment. Fund you a little bit, maybe.
What happened to that last job you had?
Oh well, he said, well, I had to leave because my mom had to get surgery on the foot. Remember? So I had to leave. And when they called back, I think he hired somebody else.
I thought the job was way after the foot injury.
See, he left, and then they replaced him. They took his spot.
Wait a minute. You're talking about your mother had surgery, not you. Oh, so you had to stay home with your mom. You had to help your mom, is what you're saying?
Oh, had to help his moms.
Single mom.
Oh, it's all right then. All right. So we're gonna get to the Raw report.
Did we want to get anybody else's thoughts, or you think Steve?
I don't know. Did we do everybody? Anyone else have any thoughts?
Well, we got some. But Steven probably will. Papacito, I hope you feel better. I saw your message here.
Yeah.
I had that stuff 3 times, so I know what it's like.
I thought Goosey had pneumonia.
Was that Goosey?
Before I leave,
Goosey, do you have
it
it?
was Goosey. I'm sorry. I'm putting your disease on Papacito.
I have pneumonia. Sorry.
Goosey, do you have it?
Well, we hope you feel better.
I have guts.
Hope everybody feels
there
better.
You go, Lex.
We hope Papacito feels better, and we hope Goosey feels better.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely.
All right.
I saw on Facebook that Goosey caught fish.
It caught a big fish.
Oh, excellent! Congratulations.
Thank you.
What were you saying, Papacito?
No, they're calling me back in, but I wanted to leave you with 2 things. One, I saw the money for Mongo thing.
Oh yeah.
That was garbage. That's just like everybody getting themselves over and not really trying to give the guy any money. I mean, all of those people are millionaires, right? Or at least they're 100,000aires. They couldn't get $10,000 together. And the other thing is, because I'm still going for the Rookie of the Year thing, is I want to give a shout out to a term that the Headyverse introduced me to, which is the JJ position.
Oh,
It is
JJ position.
Yeah,
Who do you think?
Position.
Who do you think in the Headyverse is that's like their prize place? The
Lexar.
Lexar. Yeah,
I'll double that. I'll go with Lexar.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
He wouldn't do the Foley thing. Give me a hand.
All right. Before we get to the Raw report, I have something here from our Jonathan Jackson. Boom, 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 boom. We're getting ready for it. Jonathan Jackson is my man. Here we go.
No, we can't hear it.
Oh, hold on. I think it's
audio.
muted. We will restart this. We're just giving you guys is this mute? Oh, I see it's muted. See? Boom, boom, boom. All right, here we go. Take 2.
Pretend that didn't happen.
Still can't hear it.
Still can't hear it?
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
What kind of shanty operation is this? I'll play it on my phone if I have to.
I'll play it on your face.
Oh,
Play it on my face.
Technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Let's try this again. All right,
Third time's a charm.
Here. Let me know, because I won't be able to hear it anyway, but let me know.
Now we can't see it.
That's just your desktop. Wait a minute.
Oh, Lord.
And we after our
Well, we get the idea.
No, we don't.
What?
Hold on. We're going to try this again, folks.
delete.
All right.
There we go. This time, third time's a
See
charm.
it?
First
Yeah,
try.
we got it. now.
Fourth time is the charm.
All right. Let's see. The volume is up.
There we go. Now we hear it.
Wait a minute.
And we after our 2 hours, 2 hour wait, let's get to the Raw
I
report.
know, fucking insert.
Wow.
I love it.
Wow.
Hell yeah. That was excellent. Thank you. That was a combination of Mike Bessler and Jonathan Jackson.
Blows my little side all to him.
But they forgot this graphic.
What?
All right. Also, Jogo says Ace Steel's wife was in the room as well with a broken foot. So fighting around her was not very smart since she couldn't easily get out of the way. Let's see here. Time for the Raw report. What did Inter take off?
I think so.
He got so excited from that video.
Oh man.
All right. Raw report.
All right. Welcome to the Raw report, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So Edge comes out and he's pissed off at Dominic Mysterio for what happened at Clash at the Castle. Says he's known Dominic since he was 5 years old. You know, spent time at his house in San Diego.
Stays there with him.
with Rey Mysterio and his family. So he wants Dominic to come out, but instead Rey comes out, and Rey's playing that concerned father. And you'll notice that the crowd in Kansas City, I think they were chanting Eddie Guerrero's name or something.
They were saying Eddie's son, I think, or Eddie's kid or something like that.
Oh wow.
Oh. So
Steven, what are you doing?
oh, hold on.
No problem. What the hell are you doing, Steven? He's like, I'm doing the Raw report.
Oh, I'm
Looking into the Raw report.
Hey,
Raw report.
can you believe this, Lexar? Now he can't yell at us. His wife's interrupting the Raw report.
Yeah. When's your wife gonna start yelling at you, Lexar?
I don't have a wife.
Yeah, but when? If you had a wife, she'd be able to. What's that?
Geraldine?
No, not she would
Gerald
be
is
able to
going to be
Geraldine.
in Boston, Lexar. What do you think about this?
I was gonna say she could help you financially. All you gotta do is get
Visit
you a
you?
wife.
Hmm?
Is she gonna visit you?
It's all right.
Maybe.
That's all good.
So, Eddie's kid.
Why?
My wife is trying to sleep.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Apparently, I was waking her up. So, yeah. So I don't know if I can get through this. Otherwise, she might complain.
No.
So anyway, Edge wants to beat Dominic's ass, but Ray is saying, "Oh no. He's trying to stop this." But Dominic, so yeah, you were talking about this earlier. Dominic comes out with Rhea Ripley, and Rhea is really the leader of this group now. And
Yeah, she's the best promo of the group. Kind of the best, most star appeal, I think.
So I think Dominic should grow some facial hair. I don't know if he wants to go full on.
I think he's hopeless.
I think Rhea needs to hold him down. Take out a knife just like this.
Do you think she
Good
pegged him?
scar.
Do you think she bent Dominic over into her and just started pegging him?
She strapped one
Getting
on.
the
you
Army
said?
Hammer treatment.
Oh my goodness.
Got the white vinegar.
Would you let Rhea Ripley have her way with you, Incher?
No. I'm not a very big fan of Rhea Ripley.
Oh, really?
I think she's a poser.
I'm a big fan. I like her
She's
a
a
lot.
poser.
I like to see her beat your ass. Say, pose this, and she just starts pounding you.
Well, she said something like she made Dominic a man. So, and Dominic
Made him a man.
made him a man.
This guy's pathetic, Dominic. Then they call him Dom, which, is like,
Dominatrix.
He's a sub.
he should be sub, exactly.
Yeah.
Sub. Someone needs to
Dom's
say
sub.
that in a promo. You got to get Punk out there, cut some real promos. I saw this stupid conspiracy theory that they sent Punk, WWE sent Punk to put AEW out of business. Because if there's one thing Punk is known for is his love of WWE.
Mhm. Maybe he's missing it now because he's got that dipshit son-in-law, and
I don't think he ever
Running
got
the
along
company.
with him.
they love each other.
Well, I mean, Cody now says it's his favorite wrestler, so who knows?
He'll change his mind once he gets back.
Maybe Triple H could hire Colt Cabana once they release him and turn him into a big star.
I don't
That's
think it's gonna work out.
Bruce says I like the Robert for
Colt Cabana comes in and he beats the Roman Reigns. He's like boom, boom.
You gotta
Colt
let
Cabana.
even finish this Raw report, ain't you?
What? Steven, I apologize. I don't mean to talk over you while you're doing your Raw report. I'm always trying to remain respectful, despite these allegations that Jonathan Jackson are throwing my way. If he was here right now, I would bite him and pull his hair.
So Rhea and Dom hit the ring. Ray tries to stop him, but he realizes he doesn't want to be a part of this. So Rey Mysterio just walks up the aisle and abandons Edge. And so you know where it's going, You see
What a putz.
So Dominic and Rhea slowly slowly and deliberately get into the ring. And of course, you know what happens next. Finn Balor and Damian Priest start attacking Edge from behind, and they really beat the crap out of him. I think Dominic chop blocked him, took out his knee, and they got chairs and attacked his knee, and Ray, and only then does Rey Mysterio run back and try to help, but he gets beaten up, not by his son, but by the other guys. And so, but they lost. Keep in mind, they lost at Clash at the Castle. So even though Rhea keeps saying we run Monday Night Raw, this group is still a mid-card job squad. Well, it's just a feeling I had. So, but we'll see where this goes.
I'm not digging. I don't think Dominic has any hope as a heel. The only way I think he works as a heel is just a guy you want to see get beat up. But like as like a badass, like evil guy, no.
Call him the Dominator.
And he has like this face where he really looks like he's about ready to laugh, like almost like he's embarrassed, like he's not good.
So Miz and Ciampa are here.
These guys do not mesh at all.
Generic interview girl Sarah tries to get find out what happened, but Miz still isn't talking. However, he does have a steel cage match against Bobby Lashley tonight, so they're hyping that up. And they show the steel cage all throughout the show.
Was it the big blue cage or just the fence?
The fence.
Also, Tommaso got his name back.
Oh yeah,
you got Tommaso back.
Yeah. So next we have this, what was billed as a #1 contenders fatal 4-way match. The New Day versus Alpha Academy versus Los Lotharios versus the Street Profits. And they had a halfway decent match. You know,
yeah, I was really into it. You've got 4 teams, 8 guys, and then
so they go through a couple of commercial breaks. This was a long match. It's a lot of big heavy moves, and they're fighting in the ring, they're fighting out of the ring. When I think it was after the second commercial break, this music hits, and I think I saw the graphic first, and it was like Braun Strowman's back, and he's in red pants, and he's jacked, and I think his beard is probably his beard looks better.
Braun's back?
Yeah.
Yes.
His beard did look better. It was very thick. It was trimmed up. Yeah.
He controlled his narrative.
Yeah, Braun came out and just destroyed all 8 guys. Totally buried the whole tag division.
Yes.
Braun.
I remember this was like what they used to do on Nitro, like when the luchadors, and this really killed off the luchadors in the cruiserweight division when they would just have someone just run in and destroy them all like they were nothing. So I hated this angle because nothing against Braun. I think he's a big guy and you could, at least build up a pay-per-view match, main event with them or something. But to just like sacrifice 8 guys and like the whole tag division, that sucked. Yeah. And then, but I did find it funny. He tripped. He was doing his run around the ring where he does like the choo-choo train when he jumps into everybody, and he went to do it to Gable and he just kind of fell. That was pretty funny.
Well, yeah, WWE has a history. Remember Triple H single-handedly destroyed what was that tag team?
Resistance.
He didn't just destroy 4 teams.
But they did 4 teams. Yeah, no, it was Hurricane and Rosie. It was they were the tag team champions at the time, and they took on Triple H in a
Or even at
handicap
1H,
match.
no.
And Triple H just beat both of them up, just destroyed them. Women's tag team title champions Raquel and Aaliyah.
This is when Jackie Jones tapped out of the show.
Oh man,
because I saw this match and I was like, nope.
Lexar's saying right now, what the hell's the matter with this guy? Is he not into some fine Aaliyah?
He's hot, but I don't care. I didn't even know these two, like, I thought she was a jobber, wasn't she? So like these two, like, I don't even know who the hell they are, like tag champs, and then they're defending against Dewdrop and Nikki Ash. No.
All right.
Turn it off
Okay.
now.
Okay, guys, I gotta tap out now.
Raw report. That was the Raw report. Raw report is over tonight.
Steven's tapping out the same time I tapped out in Raw. I was like, I'm not watching that.
damn. Well, finish us up, Intro. You know you watched it.
Yeah.
You know, whenever Aaliyah and all of them came out, there's just this big shaking. Everything started shaking. And all of a sudden, like a big corkscrew thing came out of the ground right through the ring. And then there's like a shuttle in the center of it, and the door opened up. And none other than Vince McMahon popped out. He's like, ha, 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 ha,
Was it the
pal.
Forbidden Door?
I'm back to run Monday Night Raw.
I thought you were
My
gonna say.
dipshit son-in-law doesn't know what to do. And you're fired again, Braun Strowman. You're
Damn.
fired again.
Now
And that
come
was
with me, divas.
Now, divas, I've got all the money. Payouts for all.
God.
So this was a I'm reading some. That was a non-title match.
No,
Do you
For
really
what
even
title?
need this to happen? Aaliyah and Raquel Rodriguez, they're the women's tag champs in a non-title match versus Dewdrop and Nikki Ash.
Wow. Riveting.
This does not belong on television.
Poor Steven. His wife dropped the hammer on him.
Shut it off now.
You're talking about Raw? Get the fuck.
It would be funny if she just came in like hitting him with a broom.
Oh man.
Poor Steven.
Maybe she could be like those two Canadian butters that's stabbing people.
What the hell?
Yeah,
Rodriguez apparently power bomb Dewdrop for the win. Oh,
hell yeah.
Okay.
It's powerful.
Who cares about that shit?
Jack is an excellent Raw report.
Ray challenged Finn Balor or Damian Priest to a match at some point. Then there was a commercial break.
That's next week.
What was on the commercials? Like, did they have any Popeyes commercials or
I think Sonic, maybe. I think there's a new
Sonic?
burger at Sonic. They
I like
have
that.
the problem with they advertise stuff I don't even have.
Well,
like I
have a
always see these
Sonic.
ads for Chi-Chi's Pizza or Cece's Pizza.
Chi-Chi.
Yeah.
Yeah,
CC's.
I
We
looked
used
it
to
up
have
once,
them.
and the closest one's in New Jersey.
You don't have CC's?
No.
We
No,
I
you're
don't
not
know
missing.
why they advertise stuff that's not even near me.
Well, you're not missing a whole lot. I'll tell
Just
you.
Yeah.
to tease you.
My buddy Todd, he used to call it PC's Pizza.
Oh my god.
I bet you love it. If you say it's bad, it must really be like.
I never had it when it was
Oh.
here, but it was here for a while. Yeah, they advertise like Popeyes in churches, and we don't have any. The closest ones like Columbus. Or
Yeah, I went to a churches in Texas once. You know
Yeah.
what? Fuck Raw. Stuff
Oh,
happened.
man.
You watched it. Whatever. I'm not reading this shit. Anything good happen, Lexar?
Over CC's?
Yeah, anything good happen at CC's Pizza? No, anything good happen on Raw?
that you can
Well,
remember.
I'll skip right to the main point, and that's the main event. Bobby Lashley versus The Miz steel cage match. So it's a real good cage match, lots of offense. Bobby Lashley tried to escape. Tommaso
Good
entered the
defense is the
cage.
best offense.
It's a cage door, preventing Lashley from getting out. The Miz escapes and is about to come down, but there was Dexter Loomis underneath the ring,
I like
just
Dexter
staring at the Miz as he was climbing down the cage. And Miz got so freaked out, he climbed back inside. And that's when Lashley hits a hurt lock.
Did they explain what he did with Miz when he like dragged him off for all the other
he kidnapped him after Raw went off the air.
Yeah, but how did the Miz like come back to being a wrestler? I mean, like if you get kidnapped, that's a pretty traumatic thing.
He didn't. He killed him.
Like it's a fake Miz.
He killed him. He's now dead.
He said it was the main event. He drug him off into the abyss. Like there is no Miz now.
Oh,
remember he got eaten by zombies a while ago.
Yeah,
that's true. He came back from that. Can't kill Miz.
I mean you can. He just comes back.
It does no good. He's like Kenny from South Park.
Exactly.
He just comes right back.
And like Morrison didn't make it, but Miz, he's like, yeah, I'm back.
I'm back from outer space.
I just
Raw
came
report.
here to see that look upon your face.
So you were loving this Raw, huh?
There's one important thing that got left out is that there now is a name for Bailey's faction.
Really? What is it? Bailey get back.
They're called Damage Control.
Your narrative. Wait, what?
Damage control your narrative.
That's good.
What do you think? Damage control? It's not too bad, I guess.
Yeah, it's good enough.
And Johnny Wrestling's first match is going to be next week. That was an important thing.
That's good news that he's going to have a match. Did they say who it's against?
No. He got into a thing with Theory, now who's now Austin Theory. They pointed that out. He had a thing with Kevin Owens, and they had a match which was pretty good. But that he's Austin Theory again. So.
I wonder what they offered Braun to come back. You think he took less money?
Oh yeah.
I mean, he was making hundreds of dollars in CYN, so
that humbled him some.
He saw four numbers like 4.
Yeah. Where do I saw it? It's a crappy thing that they do, but if you starve them, it works sometimes, I guess.
Maybe.
Poor Braun.
I was actually looking forward to see a Control Your Narrative show.
Really?
Whoa.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it might still happen, you know. Yeah. It's just without your boy Braun.
So I had in my room, I had a pink bunny. So I rode him every morning.
Were those in every room? Or was it
pink bunny. Yeah, we had and I don't think I was the only room that I know of. Because Michael and Sophia's theirs didn't have a window. Mine actually did have a window, but mine had belts on the bed too.
So
I'm not
Jack,
really sure what's happening.
Since you rode the pink bunny every morning, are you a little bit more fond of Allie now?
Well, she's a black bunny, and I'm sure she'd be fine to ride. I just don't want to see her wrestle.
I'm sure Allie has some pink parts.
Oh.
Was that from the soundless, windowless, soundproof room?
Yeah, but mine actually had a window. Michael and Sophia's room did not. But I'll say they lied about the soundproof because I could hear stuff going on in other rooms.
Oh shit! False advertisement.
I agree. And they there was no table, no coffee maker, no refrigerator, no seats, no chairs. It was a bed, a pink bunny. In a bathroom, but that's really all I need. But it was odd, and a pink light, a pink pole. This probably would bring memories of for Lexar here, but there was this pink pole in the corner of my room. It's glowing pink.
That's not a
pole.
pole. That's just a light.
Well, it was a pretty long pole actually,
That's a
like
light.
glue pink.
That's a lot.
Red light.
I,
Looks like a light to me.
Well, it was, but it was a pole though that lit up.
Jack's just always seen poles.
Yeah, Ginger doesn't because he's usually got his back turned to him.
Shots fired here in the chat room.
he's more
Shots
feeling the
fired
pole.
here in the chat room. Galgo 13. He says, I had pizza from a pizzeria for dinner tonight, and it was better than Domino's.
Well, that goes without saying if you had pizza.
Listen here, Galgo 13. I had pizza from Marco's tonight, and it was damn good.
Marco Stunt.
Marco's
just
is
Marco's.
that is good pizza.
I like
Here's
it.
a
See,
telephone
even
pole.
Vic approves.
I mean, a telephone booth.
Telephone booth. Did it work? Did you test
I don't
it?
know. I don't think so. I didn't go in it.
Did you change in it?
I did. I became Superman. But yeah, it was a good time. London town. All right. Should we get to these questions?
We need more raw.
I talk about the wrestling shows I'm going to on this Saturday.
All right. What is it? See, here's the bed had these belts.
Whoa.
Some Dominic some Dominic action happening, I should say.
That's where Rhea made Dom a man.
Jack had fun.
So what's going on there, Lexi?
I'm going to a deathmatch wrestling show this Saturday.
really?
Actually, it's right up the road by my house.
Oh, that's
Excellent.
nice.
Who's anybody? Any big stars? Deathmatch stars going to be there?
Oh yeah, you remember that Onita and Matt Tremont guy? He's going to be there. Matt Tremont's
Oh,
going to
that's
be
good
there.
time.
Eric Ryan, Brandon Kirk, Casey Kirk, his wife. They're going to be
Oh, wow.
matching. Mhm.
Casey Kirk. Whoa.
Casey Kirk. Big
Kirk's
star
running
in
wild.
the future. Running wild. And also XPW is gonna be there at the same venue that this deathmatch wrestling company is gonna be at this Saturday. So I'm hopefully going to that one as well. XPW. I grew up with XPW. I watched XPW.
Grew up with
since-
XP. So were you a big fan of Negro Claws?
Oh yeah, Supreme, Pogo the Clown.
Jim Bob.
Uh-huh.
Jim Bob. Man,
Big
Jim Bob.
Grimes.
You know shit's
New
about to
Jack.
get real when Jim Bob comes out.
Terry Funk was in there as well.
Cool.
Sabu. Conan was in there.
Jimmy.
Psychosis. Yeah.
White Trash, Johnny Webb.
Johnny Webb.
Angel, the hardcore homo.
Angel the Oklahoma.
I said it in a positive way.
And sing
I
Pound
like
Coffee.
XPW too, to be honest.
And
So here's
sing
just
Pound
some
Coffee.
pictures. Everyone cares. This was outside the Prince Charles Cinema where the movie premiered.
Prince Charles.
This is Breakfast with Tim Drive from Return of the Jedi. This was at the premiere. This was after party after the premiere. Some filmmakers. This was at on the roof of the casino. It's me and Emma Dark before the premiere, and that was after the premiere. The media before the guy jumped in front of me and said,
So the guy was being rude at.
The media scrum that he.
Why don't you just kick that fucker's ass?
It could have. He's like a
Yeah, bite him.
65-year-old man.
Pulled his hair.
Throw a chair at him.
Yeah, knock him out with a chair.
No, not for him. Like he literally, it was very strange. He literally jumped in front of me, in front of the photographer, and told us like, no pictures of him. I was like, what the hell? It's very weird. Then he
So-
didn't want the press to talk to me either, but I just went and talked to him. So.
Who the heck was this guy?
Just the guy that was running the media thing, and he didn't even see the movie or nothing. So I don't know what his issue was.
Yeah.
He just thought it was
Yeah.
imposter, I guess.
Not a backwoods Bob fan.
It's like, fuck the backwoods Bob.
That's why,
Fuck
by the
that
way, Emma was
Foster
wearing
brought
the
in us.
Emma Dark was wearing the overalls because that was in honor of Backwoods Bob.
Nice.
Think about that, ain't you?
I think that's great. I don't think it's great the man cut you off. I just think it's great that she was showing the support for Backwoods Bob. And then everybody needs to desire and want the Backwoods Bob. What's NFT?
Exactly.
IO. Everybody needs to desire that.
And now Emma's
Desire.
the model for Without Your Head here. One of the models, just like Jonathan Jackson is too, but modeling one of the Without Your Head D&D monster shirts here. All right.
Call Go 13. He says, never had Marco's. Are all the pepperonis cupped at Marco's? I'll say this.
You like
I
some
know,
real bullshit.
I know on the Pepperoni Magnifico, they have the cup.
I do like cup pepperoni. That
yeah,
my
they
local
have 'em.
place Moto's does that. You can get either way, but I like the cup.
Well, you can get them at Marco's, and you can
Yeah,
get
but
them
it's
for
like
cheap.
some shit
You
probably.
can get them cheaper, nice and cheap. $3 off coupon. Do they do that at Moto's? They got the $3 off coupon, huh?
Damn.
They got the $3 off the coupon. I don't think
Nope.
so, Jones. You ain't
Full
got nothing
price.
to say. You are sitting there in your own shit, wallowing, not knowing what to say because they got the $3 coupon and,
Just rolling the poverty
and you don't.
What do they pour in those pepperoni cups?
They're just a grease filled. They are
Yeah,
good.
they're small and they can go up.
Yeah.
Tony's pizza, the oven pizza.
but
They used to
The
do
frozen,
that. They
the
don't do it. Yeah, they used to do that back in the day. They would turn up, but they don't do it anymore. You remember that? Does anybody remember that when they used
I
to
had pizza
cup?
today too, actually,
Yeah.
Oh man.
but this was a real pizza. Look at that. It's hard to get a good picture.
No, I'm
Who
hungry.
Is that Freddy Krueger? What is that? What is that?
Cappuccinos.
Y'all are making me sad. I didn't have pizza today.
Well, I honestly only had a slice for that. I bought it for somebody. I went out for a seafood with my brother.
He's making up stuff now.
I had a slice of it.
He didn't have pizza today.
I had a slice
What
of it.
slice?
I actually had a seafood platter.
He actually had a seafood platter.
Because I ate whatever I wanted in
Whoa.
England. So
What's
since I
going
came
on
home,
here?
I went back
Oh
to
my
my
goodness. What's
to my-
Lexar's head blocking? What the hell?
high protein. That's what Lexar wants to be eating.
Oh
That
geez.
booty? Damn.
Eating at the Y.
Money well spent.
Fuck the pizza. Screw the pizza.
You'll have enough to go to all that wrestling in no time now.
Mhm.
This is what I had.
Look at it. Look at Lexar's fine photography right there.
This is what I had.
Thanks.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, fries and haddock over here and
Yeah.
shrimp and
Yeah.
scallops and whole belly clams and coleslaw.
A
and
little bit of that
all
stringy
sorts of stuff.
shit.
What?
Yeah. The stringy shit. What's that?
The coleslaw?
Coleslaw.
But
I don't
yeah,
eat
it's the
coleslaw
first
much, but-
since I came home, I've been eating my high protein vegetables. But so I had a cheat meal today with my brother. Some fried seafood. Nah. But that was very good, intro. But I live on the Cape, so there's a lot of fresh seafood here. It's none of that long dong silvers you eat at.
You got Long John Silver's. You got Captain D's. That's eating good. I tell you what. Yeah, you get some of that. Oh yeah.
Get a fillet of fish at the Mickey D's.
Give me that filet o fish. That filet o fish.
I'll be honest, my brother actually does like fillet of fish. Yeah.
Do you hound him about it relentlessly? Or are you like, you fucking filet o fish, man? You and your filet-o
I mean,
fish.
it's not like he's
You gotta go pay
or something.
$30 for a plate of food.
I mean,
That's
honestly,
really-
well, that was 30. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
well, if you want to know, Winter, I actually used a website. I used restaurant.com, and I had a $25 coupon. So we saved $25 off if you spend 50 or more. So my brother and I each get a seafood platter, roughly about $60, $25 off. You almost get one free. Restaurant.com. They should be paying me.
That's a deal.
Yeah, I recommend restaurant.com. You get a lot of good
What are we
deals.
looking at? $35? $35
For two.
For two? $35? Did they give you ketchup?
Actually, yeah, I got some ketchup for the fries.
Okay.
Hell
They
yeah.
didn't give you the ketchup. I'd be all
Ketchup,
up in
tartar
arms.
sauce, and my brother had cocktail sauce too.
Troy says the fillet of fish would have been cheaper. No.
Yeah, it would have been cheaper.
It would have been, but they're not that cheap either. They're like $4 and something now.
Jesus Christ. They used to be on a $1 menu. What the hell happened?
If you get them in a
Sounds good,
fry, it's
Diddy.
like $6, and a drink is probably like
COVID,
$8.
nobody fishes the filet-o fish no more.
I could probably get
Can't
a
catch those filet-o fish
I think
because
it's
nobody
pollock,
fishes them.
which
So
actually
COVID
is
ruins
good. I like
everything.
pollock, but
Kitty.
I'm just saying I could probably get a fish sandwich at a local place here for cheaper. But anyway, let's see. We're questions for In Your Head from the Headyverse. By the way, if you're watching this show live or on YouTube or on Spotify, which they'll be all up here eventually, every Tuesday night, come and join us here live on YouTube. And throughout the week, join us on the Facebook group, facebook.com/group/IYH Wrestling. Join us there, and you can leave questions for us. And if for some reason you're just anti-social media, and I can't understand why, you can email me questions, and I'll ask them on the show. Email them to iyhwrestling@gmail.com. I don't believe we have any questions here, but let me check real quick.
What was that? Archer's? What was that place you worked at? Archer's. Dick, you worked at Archer's. What?
Arthur Treacher's Fish and Chips.
There we go. Does anybody have any of those around them?
No.
I saw one. I think with the last.
I've been to one actually at a rest stop once when we were driving to New York, I think, and I had never been to one, but I remember my mom used to like them, so we stopped. It was good.
Well, they had real English chips. They weren't these little skinny fries. They were the big, thick chips.
We usually have them here too in New England. That's usually what people have.
Got a bit East Coast thing. I've never heard of that place.
I think we used to have them here when I was like a kid, but I was too young to remember.
Yeah, I had bangers and mash in England. What else? Though? It was really weird. We went out one night. We went to go to an Indian place, and the line was huge, so we didn't go there. We went across the street to Italian place, and so it was our friend Chris and his wife. And Chris was buying everyone dinner, which was nice.
Did you happen to go to McDonald's and see if they had the McRib?
No, fuck McDonald's. But I find it depressing because when you go to Leicester Square, there is McDonald's and your favorite there, not Ruby Tuesdays. What's Applebee's?
Outback Steakhouse, baby.
But I was tempted because there's a fried chicken chain in there. I think it was Jubilee Chicken, something like that. And I was tempted because it's a English chain that's been around since the 70s, and they do fried chicken and spaghetti, which I just thought was a very bizarre combo. But I didn't. But it was interesting. Seriously, I read this and I did think, is this something that Incher made? Because so the meal was fried chicken with spaghetti, and the spaghetti, literally, I'm not making this up, was red sauce, a sliced hot dog, and a slice of cheese.
Nice.
I was like, this is like something that Incher would make.
What kind of cook do you think I am? You think I just put hot dogs and everything?
Can you imagine a place actually selling that? Spaghetti with hot dog
For $30.
and a sliced cheese.
Oh my god. But we went across the street to this pizza. Well, it was an Italian restaurant. So Chris and his wife, they each got a pasta dish. Me, Michael, Sylvia each got our own pizza. They're vegan, so they each got a vegan pizza. I got regular pizza and a margarita. And it came out just the pizza. It was like this big. It was, it wasn't a huge pizza. That's why we each got our own. And it wasn't sliced. And I was like, I guess they don't slice their pizza in England. And so, and they didn't give us I didn't bring my pizza slicer, and they didn't give us one. It was just the utensil. It was a butter knife and a fork. And so we were there like trying to cut a whole pizza with, it was not easy to do. And everyone I asked after that, I was like, so you guys don't, and everyone is confused. Like, yeah, every place sliced their pizza, but this place we ate, this like Italian place, just gave you a whole pizza and you're just supposed to eat it. You just fold it over and eat it like a giant taco, or what the hell you do?
I think they were trolling you at that point.
Stupid
It's
Americans.
Like they make fun of our of our hot dog dish.
But honestly, all the food there I had was good. I'm a big fan of the doner kebab.
So what exactly is a doner kebab?
No, so you can get chicken or lamb. Sometimes you get beef too, but I prefer the lamb. So they take stacks of lamb and they put them on a big skewer, and then they slowly goes around and cooks forever. And then they take a big sword and they carve down the sides, so you like get the nice brown off the end all the time.
Like a gyro?
Yeah, it's the meat that they make a gyro with.
Oh, okay.
But then they just take that and they put it. You get a big giant pile of it, and they put over like a salad, and then they put like the white sauce and hot sauce if you want. I'm a big fan, and in England, they always have these 24-hour doner kebabs. So late night, I'd go down and get a doner kebab. Boom. Doner kebab. And I've had them in the States, but I've not found any place that's nearly as good as the ones I get in London. I don't know why. Why is that, Incher?
Would you ever move to London?
Sure, if someone pays me. You gonna
Do
pay
it
me
up,
to move?
Lexar.
But here's the late night doner kebab. And that's good. 24-hour doner kebab. It's the big old fucking pile of meat.
Yeah, looks good.
Good times. Makes me hungry just thinking about.
I don't know. What are you doing to us, Jackie Jones?
All right.
Making us hungry.
So here we got questions time. Questions.
I love the questions.
Steven's wife wants to know, why do you make my husband stay up so late? Make him go to bed.
It wasn't even 12 yet. It wasn't even 12 yet. He's gone later before.
She wants her loving now.
You're at that bed now. I'm gonna make you a man, just like Rhea Ripley.
Poor Steven. And he gave the proper response. All right. Okay.
He's doing what's right.
He's a good man.
He's doing what's right.
Yeah. Also, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I'm a big fan of Horror Tarot. You can get these very cool tarot cards, deck and guide from the good people of Horror Tarot. I'm not just saying that. I love this stuff. So check this out. Boom. Very fun. All the cards of different horror stuff going on. Learn the ancient art of tarot reading. All right.
Mike Whitcomb, he says kebab is good. So he likes the kebab as well.
Steve Simmons wants to know, since I guess it's frowned upon in the business, does Incher share a bank account with his mother?
I've never shared a bank account with my mother.
No one asked this of me, but I have multiple bank accounts. One of them is actually shared with my mom.
Oh, man.
Oh,
CM Punk
frowns upon that.
Not all my bank accounts. I have a savings account, a checking account, and then I also have a shared account with mom.
But the one would make CM Punk frown upon you. So was he's saying like Colt didn't want to get his mom involved in all that?
I think it was more just to make fun of Colt for sharing a thing with his mom. That was the one thing I don't think is really relevant that he shouldn't have really brought up.
That he has.
That was just kind of mean spirited, I thought, to bring up.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's the big deal? His mom's on his.
Yeah, I don't really see a big deal with it either.
What if he dies? What if he?
I think he's kind of saying he's like a loser, but
what?
I think the bigger point here is trying to make
with his mom.
I think he was just.
Is your mom on your account? No, okay. I figured Lexar for sure would have had his mom on this account.
She knows better. No, I think he was trying to make more of a point.
At the strip club. She's like, Lexar, you blow the money.
Yeah, our account's at 0 now. What the hell, Lexar?
I don't know, Mom. And right behind him, that's why it's 0. She took it all.
What are you saying, Jackson?
I was saying Punk was mentioning during the scrum that once he found out that they shared a bank account, they subpoenaed Colt's mom, and that's when Colt was like, "Oh hell no, let's just not do this."
Right.
So that's really what the whole thing was. And then he started talking about, who shares a bank account with their mom,
so
whatever.
Why did they subpoena her when she's on the account? Just to
they shared the same account, so it's like you can go after whoever the account holder is. If it's a joint account, it's everybody's involved.
Yeah.
So since Colt didn't want to talk to him, he's like, okay, I'll go talk to your mom.
Your mom, see what she has to say.
Dobbs Dean Maya. My boy Dobbs. I hung out with my boy Dobbs. Good man. He he's in some secret business, so I had to edit his likeness out of the pictures. But
he's in the
right
protection.
price. I'll show you the unedited photos. Let's see. So it was Dobbs doesn't drink either. So we went to a bar and he drank lemonade and I drank sparkling water.
Why go to the bar?
I don't know. All right. I will say when you order sparkling water in London, a couple places give me, but some of them would give me like these great big like giant like bottles like you drink wine or something out of. For me, I was like, whoa, it's pretty cool though. I just got off a 30-day ban last week. Well, welcome back, Dobbs, and behave. Did you miss
a ban too?
What the hell were you doing? What were you doing?
Whatever you doing, Lexar?
Inciting violence.
Oh man, that's what I was. I got banned for 30 days for that. How long you get?
12 hours.
What the hell? How come they think I'm like this? They think I am. They're like, oh, this guy's inciting violence. You're banned for half a day. You're inciting violence. You're gone for a whole month.
I think that was my first violation.
God, they think I'm fucking like just starting up January 6th or something.
Damn.
Terrorist.
Did you miss your king? And there's anything you would like to ask your king? Well, we missed the Dobbs. Dobbs a good man.
Yeah, you can't really ask him though because he can't answer it.
That's very true.
Stellar Steven here. He wants to know: are we friends with Scott Colton? We interviewed him.
I'm Facebook friends.
Are you Facebook friends with him?
Now, what does that mean?
I don't know.
Nothing. I'm also I think I'm Facebook friends with everyone here. I'm friends with the world. Heart.
Friend to the world.
So you're walking in the woods. I mean, I'm not an enemy of the man. I wouldn't say like I'm friends with the guy. So you're walking in the woods and it's late at night. All of a sudden you hear the Undertaker's dong.
Oh man.
And he takes 9 minutes and 24 seconds to approach you. He says, "Rest in peace. Do you run or do you fight?"
You fight the dong.
I say, talk it out with the man. Come to a make friends, play some Parcheesi, talk it out.
Yeah, that'd be good.
That worked well.
I'd probably just be like, you know what? That wrestler court stuff was a bunch of bullshit.
And he fucking just tombstones you, and he's like, I'm taking your soul in your hole.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't mean it like that, but you get the idea.
Yeah, you did.
What do you do when it comes crashing down and it hurts inside?
The main thing you want to do when it comes crashing down and it hurts inside, you don't want to dwell on it. You want to come back and you want to be a better you than you ever been before, and you don't let that crash down and hurt inside for too long, because you pick yourself back up. That's the measure of a man. That's the measure of a man. That's what I learned that from Rocky V.
Can you really can't claim to be a real American if you won't fight for the rights of every man? I'm a real American, fighting for the rights of every man, fighting for the rights, fighting for what's right.
Oh no, don't rip it.
No, I don't want to rip the Punk shirt off, so I just ripped this off. Fucking show everybody all the guns.
What do you do if like they come out and they said they stripped the belt off of Punk and he's no longer with the company tomorrow?
Like, God damn, they're really going all out on this work of a lifetime.
And they handed it to Colt.
And they're like, let's just bring Colt out.
If this leads to Colt Cabana match with Punk, are you still gonna be like, oh my God, this is real?
Yeah, if it leads to a match, yeah, I think I'll say it's fake at that point. Where Colt and CM Punk are wrestling.
Donovan Jackson! Have you ever been bitten by a grown man during a physical altercation of any kind? That could be violence. That could be sexual.
Could be anything.
I remember
As long
once
as it's physical.
Let's get physical. Let's get into physical.
My cousin's kid just like he bit me for some reason.
I thought West Virginia was about the kissing cousins, not about the biting cousins.
No, this was like my cousin's kid, so I guess he'd be my second cousin. And he just bit me, and I was just like, he bit me, man. And then like his dad just kind of laughed. His dad kind of laughed and said, "Oh, he bit you." I was like, "Oh."
Was he like rabid or
was he a grown man?
No, he was just a little kid at the time. He bit me.
Where'd he bite you?
Right here on the arm.
Hot damn! You still have a mark?
No, it wasn't like he didn't draw blood or nothing.
Yeah. Did he swallow like your skin? Did he?
He didn't like rip the skin off or nothing. No,
that'd be fucking weird. I don't think I've ever been bit by a man.
Where exactly did Omega get bit at? I wonder. You don't think that? What do you think, John?
Ball sack.
I'm hoping it's right on the ass, but more than likely he probably like bit him on the arm or something.
Yeah, I'm saying he just reached down and just bit him right in the ball.
Like, how does a person not get fired who like bit their balls? I mean, like, is that possible?
Yeah, but how many bosses run into a room to fight somebody with like their wife there with a hurt foot?
You cannot like keep your job if you bit your.
I don't know. The thing is, it's be hard to fire somebody that you ran into the room to fight him.
Is that the story?
I think you could sue. I think you could sue them if you want to take this to court. Like, well, my boss ran into the room to fight me.
Well, what I heard, like after the chair was thrown and hit Nick, that's when Omega got involved.
Yeah, but from what they say, they ran into the room to confront them to like fight. So I don't know.
Like,
there are conflicting reports.
Yeah, I don't think we got the full story yet, but
I mean, just think about it the opposite way. Just think that the Bucks came in the room and then just Punk just rushed all three of them, and Ace Steel saw what was going on. Was like, "Oh shit, I gotta help my friend," and threw a chair at Nick, and then just jumped on Omega's back and started biting the back of his neck. Like, just think about it that way. Then, if the Bucks and Omega is so hard to think about confronting Punk and Ace Steel, think of it the opposite way. That's what I'd like to see.
If Ace Steel's going to defend Punk to that extent, though, he's not picking up.
That's a real friend. That's a good friend. If he,
I mean, if he's going like,
enter flex our tactic, you wouldn't just start biting him.
But if but Lexar's not my boss either. So if like,
yeah, but what are you gonna do? Sit there like a bitch? Because your boss runs in to beat up your friend, you're just like, nah, fuck that. That honestly, I think you could sue the shit out of them if they run in and start attacking you. Especially, that's even worse if they're your boss.
So are you going to keep saying it isn't real if they do sue the shit out of each other?
Yeah, I've said I could be wrong, but my gut is this is all a big work. If it's not a work, there's a lot of bitches running around here.
Whatever it is damn entertaining.
It is. I'm loving it. I want to see every bit of info I can find on it.
I'm totally invested.
Even I've been enjoying AEW since it started, but this is like a different level for me. This is awesome.
I'm definitely into whatever's happening, but
friggin' Jonathan Jackson's actually watching something. He hasn't watched wrestling since fucking Farmer Burns.
Exactly.
I mean, I really do hope it is a work, so it's not like the end of the company or just the company falling completely apart. I heard Cornette listening to it. He's like enjoying it. He's loving it.
Oh yeah, he's laughing his ass off. Yeah. I agreed with him on the Punk. Honestly, I don't agree much with him, but I agreed with him on the Punk stuff. If it was real, like, I think he's in the right.
If it is a work, I just hope AEW doesn't pull the plug too early like the WWE did.
Right? Yeah, you run with it for a while. Run with it as far as you can.
Because they
could be the new. Maybe this is what wrestling, becomes now. I mean, a lot of this, drama behind the scenes and stuff.
Tony Khan did say that. I mean, it's pretty common that people don't have to like each other. I mean, so he understands that much. I mean, as far as maybe things getting out of hand, as far as lawsuits, maybe that's a different issue. But I honestly don't see people,
Yeah, if you're a real man, you shouldn't sue anybody.
Yeah, I don't see anybody quitting the company because Punk, he punched me, or
But what if Chomper gets a hold of Tony Khan? He comes up and he starts biting on Tony.
Maybe that's why Tony just sat there, didn't tell Punk to calm down because his pit bull was there ready to. He's like,
I'll fucking bite you.
That's right, he did have his dog, and I'm not just talking about Ace.
Yeah, Larry. Do you share a bank account with mother? As I mentioned, I actually do. One of our multiple accounts is with my mom. Who are the EVPs of IYH?
Are we allowed to discuss that? I thought the lawyers told us we couldn't talk about stuff like that.
Oh man, was there a melee?
We had to sign the NDAs.
Yeah.
Oh, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's this big orgy in now.
That's why you don't see Mrs. Big Red Machine around.
Uh-oh.
How many narratives have you controlled so far this year from Jonathan Jackson? That company, you had the Jarrett's company. It was nothing but beer cozies and like autographs. Control your narrative. It's just like all these manifestos. They're just like all they do is write these giant things like don't do this. God damn. I don't think I've ever hated a promotion so much without ever seeing it. I've never seen a match from them and I can't stand them.
But they got this huge TV deal. How could you miss it?
It's true. That stuff really puts me off. These giant, like, I don't want to read these giant bullshit things. I always wondered, like, I heard a lot about EC3. I'll be honest, I've not seen a lot of the guy, but I heard a lot about him. Then he went to WWE. And, like, to me, he really looked like someone WWE would love.
Yeah.
He's this jack dude. And he was always, like, treated like a real idiot. And I was like, man, I don't know. I don't get why they don't even try with the gut. But when I read all that stuff he writes, if that's him and that's just how he acts, I get it. Like I couldn't imagine being around him. He must be annoying as hell. Drive me nuts.
I think he is. I mean, I watched when he was on Tough Enough before, before it was NXT. Oh no, I think it was NXT. Like when they were doing it like a game show or something.
Right.
And he was super fucking annoying on that. So I'm like, yeah, I don't think this guy has it. In Impact, maybe he had something because they kind of limited him. But yeah, I guess once he started doing his own thing, it's like, hell no, dude. Like you suck.
Patrick Howell wants to know who the hell is Scott Colton. He is Colt Cabana.
Boom, boom.
Colt Cabana. So, and he was friends with CM Punk like back in the indie days, and when he was in the company WWE, and they kind of had a fallout. So that's who CM.
What do you mean we were working together? Like at McDonald's?
Mm-hmm.
One of Incher's favorites.
I love it.
Love it, brother.
I love it.
My
Love it to death.
knees itchy.
Death.
All right. Bobby Nikhil Callahan. Nikhil had a Coca-Cola when we went to the bar. So Nikhil had Coca-Colas.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
I had unsweetened sparkling water, and Dobbs had lemonades.
Bunch of hardcore heavy drinkers.
Wild, man.
Yeah.
I will say I did feel out of place at the one after party, because it's like in this like underground pub, and like everyone's fucking shit faced, and I'm just like, yep, bunch of fucking drunks. But whatever.
There you go. Now you know why I didn't want to go on the Bourbon Trail.
We were totally stone cold sober on that though. You would have saw a nice scenery. You just saw a big rebel flag over a barn we drove by. You'd be right at home. I'll be honest, I did expect to see countless. I thought everyone would just be like, got rebel stars and bars, and everybody's got their guns in Kentucky, but we only saw one rebel flag.
Yeah.
That was at some barn way out in the middle of nowhere.
It's not the South. It was a border state.
They're all the South to me.
You got an accent, it's the South.
Here Jones goes with his geography lesson. Oh boy, this is a downer on the show.
Well, I mean, it's more of a state of mind than actual geography. Let's see. Bobby Fish has left AEW. What are your favorite memories and matches of him in AEW? I actually think he's a guy that they should have used better. I think he's really good.
He had the one match with Punk, didn't he? That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was really good. I really liked all stuff. Very underutilized. I will say they were in a bad position though, because they signed all those guys, and then really all of them got hurt.
That's true. They did get hurt at the same time too.
Yeah. The one guy's getting neck fused. I'm not really a big fan of his, but I don't want to see anyone get hurt. But he's getting his neck fused, so I mean that could be the end of his career.
Kyle O'Reilly, or
yeah.
Who is it? Oh, that's a shame.
When should MJF face CM Punk for the title? That's a good question, because you really do have that's interesting to even know where they go from here. I think that should be the pay-per-view match. I wouldn't do it on like Dynamite. And since they don't have a pay-per-view every month, well, the next one's what, in 4 months, 3 months? So the end of the year, I guess. I think that's a good amount of time to build up to it. You probably have a couple matches, 2 or 3, at least 2 or 3 like people for Punk to defend the belt against leading up to that. And then do the pay-per-view MJF and Punk, I think. Probably do the. Look at that. He's so talk about work. He does that real fake sleepy face.
Yeah.
Man.
This is a total. Look at that.
Now he's fake tapping out.
Yeah, he's like,
Yeah, he wants to go. He's got
I'm
more
so
in.
tired.
He's got more in. He's ready to go.
What a
Yeah,
bitch.
we don't hear your wife telling you to come to bed.
Yeah,
What are you doing?
exactly.
Yeah.
Telling
Where's she
myself to go to bed.
Your mommy telling you to go to bed?
No, I'm telling myself to go to bed.
What do you got to do in the morning?
Find work.
All right.
There you
Good
go.
luck. At the strip club.
Speaking of Bobby Fish, though, he challenged CM Punk to a fight.
Yeah, I saw. That's pretty lame.
Good.
Bobby Fish challenged CM Punk to a fight?
Yeah.
I didn't know this story. When was this?
Probably earlier today. He's like, "Hey, I don't have a job anymore. How about you fight me?" And it's like, okay.
Before.
Yeah, why? Bobby Fish says, "Name the place, name the time." You know, any place.
Yeah,
any
that,
time.
that came off really lame to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's too late, man.
Should have been at the scrum afterwards.
Yeah, to defend. Well, I don't know. I don't think he had a dog in that fight.
All the action happens at the scrum.
What are your favorite matches of Solo Sikoa in NXT 2.0?
Who the hell is that? Is that the new Uso?
Blonde
seen-
Uso.
I never seen a match that he wrestled.
I
so-
fucking loved his match he had with
Was that a
Magnum
Nikhil
TA.
question?
Yeah.
Magnum TA.
Did you look at Nikhil and say, "Do you not know that we don't watch NXT?"
I looked
Like-
deep into his eyes and saw his soul and saw it was bright and filled with passion and love for the
Wow.
world of wrestling.
Whatever.
What's your thoughts on Damon Kemp turning and costing the Creed brothers the unified NXT championship? Holy fuck, I was fucking pissed.
Yeah.
I was like, oh damn, I can't believe Damon Kemp turned on the Creed brothers. This is as big as the scrum.
Yep. If I'd have seen him, I'd have bit him.
Fucking bite their ass. Imperium is back together. Are you excited? Yeah, actually, I do. That is a group I like.
I like Imperium. Good getting those guys back together.
Is it smart to scratch your ball sack with a pizza cutter?
Not if you're going to eat pizza with it afterwards.
With your ball sack?
Yeah.
No, with the pizza.
Oh. Batman the animated series premiered 30 years ago today. What are your favorite memories of Batman the animated series?
Oh, I love the Batman animated series. It was really good. I
See?
think they had some really good storylines that they portrayed on that show.
Who was your favorite villain?
Probably Killer Croc. I liked him really well. I thought he was really well done on that show. Scarecrow was really well done on that show. I thought he was better done than on the movies.
Interesting.
I like those two on that show.
Better than Cillian Murphy.
Mr. Freeze was really good.
Better than Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes,
Whoa.
easily. Yeah, just about all of them was really. That was a really good
I
show.
can see it freeze in my hand.
I don't want to hear any of this. Any of you new kids out there, all you millennials, come and say it was overrated, because that is bullshit. It's good stuff. You need to watch it. Enjoy
I
it.
was about to say it's 30 years old. They're not gonna see it.
I heard a millennial say it was overrated, and I say that's bullshit.
Yeah. He must have seen it on TikTok.
Bullshit. It's on TikTok.
Everything's on TikTok. You can watch
Is it?
movies on TikTok.
Is it on that free app, the Tubi?
Tubi, I like that.
I actually
Tubi.
like a
Tubi
lot
is
of stuff
well
that is on Tubi.
With ads, sure, yeah, I guess.
A lot of
Yeah.
my indie filmmaker friends say that's one of the better places too. Like they're actually really good about paying people. So that's good.
Oh, that's good too. They do got a lot of stuff. I'm surprised. I didn't think it. I watched a few things on Tubi.
I call it to be or not to be. That's a Shakespeare joke.
You should work for their marketing too.
I get it now. Oh, oh.
High five.
The millennials are going crazy on that one.
Yeah. You know what? I've never watched a single episode of Batman the Animated Series
Oh
because
man.
I'm a tough guy. I'm just gonna say that people who I never did watch it, but I'm not bragging about it. My real point was people who all the time post on Facebook like, I don't watch Game of Thrones. I never watch whatever's popular. It's like, who gives a fuck? No one cares.
I'll admit I'm that person, but I don't post about it. If I don't watch something,
there's
I just
lots
don't
of
watch
things
it.
I've never watched. I'm saying if you just talk about, I see people post it more than people who like the shows. I'm like, who gives a fuck if you don't watch it?
Jonathan, what's the most appalling thing that people talk about that you've never watched and you just can't understand why they're watching it?
I guess I would say up until a week ago, I'd say Better Call Saul, but I watched it after it ended. I'm like, oh, cool. Because I prefer binge watching. I don't like waiting. I hate that crap. So
it's a great show.
Have you watched it all?
Oh yeah, I watched it all in a week.
Oh my god,
Best week of my life.
It's a great show.
I had my mom watch all the seasons up until the new season started, and I watched them again, but she watched them, and it was probably like 2 weeks we watched, and she was really into it too. So it was fun.
Excellent show. I love the ending too.
Yeah, the ending's great.
Yeah.
I've done that with other shows though too. I would binge watch them, and then usually watch the last season live or something.
Not saying it wasn't justified, but I did feel bad for the character.
Yeah, no, it's good. I like that. But I also like that they had some redemption. The second to last episode was very depressing, I thought, and like they really made Saul a villain. And then I like that there was some redemption to the character in the last.
Yeah. Highly recommend. Anybody hasn't seen it needs to see it. And
thoughts on these comments by Tony Khan about AEW. Tony Khan says he wants to keep AEW going forever as long as he's alive. Well, great.
So he's gonna live forever?
Yes, he's immortal.
Definitely in a rough patch now.
His head. Do people still freeze their heads? You know, that used to be all the talk when I was a kid.
Maybe.
Like Walt Disney froze his head.
They probably just don't talk about it.
I do watch like scientists talking, and they're talking about like in the future, not that distant future, that they will like be able to take your mind and put it in like robots or androids, and then you will be immortal in a way. But only for like ultra rich people though. So like Lexar, we got to save the money, save the minds of the Headyverse, so we can do the show wouldn't that be cool, Incher? If for the rest of all time, you and me, we're like our minds are just stuck in these robots, and we're just forced to do in your head forever for thousands of years. Here we are with the all millennial show. We're gonna do a 1,000-year episode of In Your Head.
Well, yeah, that would be something.
Yeah. Well, we were going to do an episode. Actually, I was going to do this once with the Fever, but we never ended up doing. What if we did an episode of In Your Head that takes place in the future, and we talked about what wrestling is like in the year like 3000?
That'd be crazy. I mean, I don't know who would even be wrestling then.
Well, no one today. I mean,
yeah, everybody'd be dead up.
Be like Daniel Garcia's great grandson,
the ancestor of The Rock.
Yeah, probably. He will never be looking to sell the company or an IPO, says AEW. To him is a strictly family business like Jim Crockett Promotions. Cool. I think that's
you think his dad's like, geez.
No, I've heard his dad talk, and I thought what his dad said was great. He said instead of his children enjoying his money after he died, he wanted his children to enjoy
the money while he was alive to see it. That's why, you know, he gives all the kids the money to do whatever they want. I mean, if I had kids and I was wealthy, I would feel the same way.
So how many kids has he got? Well, I
Just
need
the
to hit
two.
some of those up.
I think just the two.
See if they want to take on the Lexar venture.
Lexar just has to ask him, you know.
Yeah.
Just find Tony Khan and then be like, hey, could you fund me?
But I mean, I agree. Money does you no good if you just save it and don't do nothing. So if you have so much money, you're going to be fine. You don't have to worry. Why not enjoy it? Thoughts on Triple H saying AEW beat developmental? I said this since the very beginning. That whole thing was very calculated. They obviously put NXT on the same time as AEW before it started because they could have done it for years. And not only that, they knew what they were doing because it's the same kind of audience because it's in-ring wrestling. And they had the built-in excuse that if AEW beat it, it was the developmental. When clearly it was no longer the developmental, it was the third brand, the cool brand that people had the buzz about. So they had their excuse built in. It was a very calculated, planned thing there.
Triple H ain't no slouch. He knows how to answer those questions. Although it does kind of bury him in a way. It's like, yeah, they beat our developmental.
I don't know. I think he passed that on to Vince. He's like, yeah, I wasn't there though.
FTR, Santana, and Ortiz, the Acclaimed, Jake Hagar, and Private Party will not be in the AEW video game. This is a little not exactly accurate from what I understand. Like, they're not going to be in the initial release. You guys will know more about this stuff than I do about modern video games. They're going to be like guys you can download at future.
Yeah.
There's an actual term for this. I'm not sure what it is.
DLC. They'll release them later. Downloaded content.
Yeah.
So you'll
And I
probably
think
get wrestler packs where you can just download a bunch of wrestlers.
Yeah, and I assume that part of that is like if they just put everyone in the roster, then they don't have those things, and then you can't continually, get new stuff for it. So,
And
from understand, this is fairly common.
Yeah,
I
games
haven't
do it all the
played.
time.
I haven't played the game. I don't know it. All I know is that I heard that they're going to get the AKI guys who made the Nintendo 64 games, the big ones.
Which I love. Those are my favorite.
Yeah, they got the same people to do that, and some people were kind of crapping on the graphics, but even those games weren't really about the graphics.
No.
It was the gameplay.
The finished graphics looked really good anyway, but I always kind of preferred. I mean, I did like really cartoony graphics too, but I always preferred the not necessarily ultra real graphics. And again, it is about you could have great graphics if the gameplay sucks. Who cares?
Yeah.
The revert, you can have not the best graphics and great gameplay and love the game.
I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a great game.
Like you yourself play a lot of the old games because you enjoy the game. Obviously, the graphics aren't as good as something new.
Exactly. So I don't think anybody has anything to worry about. I think it'll be a good game.
It won, like best sport game at some big, and then I don't know. None of us have actually played it, but I would assume that's a good sign. If
Kenny Omega can get Ace Steel from stopping from biting his ass and he could bring me a copy, I would definitely play it and review it for.
I saw you don't need a console to play. You can get it on Steam when it comes out. So I am planning to get the. Now I do have a question, or Jackson. You guys are the video game guys. So if I get it on the Steam and I'm playing it on my computer, do I have to get like a joystick? Could I play with the mouse? I don't think a mouse might be hard for these kind of games.
It'd probably be more optimized for a joystick of some sort.
And you could just get one that like a USB kind of thing?
You can buy just an Xbox or a PlayStation 5 controller, and they'll work with the computer most of the time.
Does it plug into the USB or what?
Does the PlayStation 5, is it as compatible with computers? I think they are they?
It is. They released a new firmware update, so it's more compatible with a lot of new games.
But
so you don't have to get a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox controller. You can also just get a generic USB controller and that'll work.
Yeah.
I mean, because PlayStation controllers are about $60, 65 or so. So you don't have to splurge. Anything will do, or you can do mouse and keyboard. It really doesn't matter. It just how you feel like playing it.
Yeah, I think I'd probably be more comfortable with a controller.
Yeah, it would be hard to play a wrestling game without a controller, I think. But
yeah, okay, that sounds cool.
I'm looking forward to trying. I've honestly over the years, different times thought about buying a console when different wrestling games come out because that is the one thing I miss playing. I used to like to play the wrestling games. I mean, I like a lot of games, but
Steam's nice too because it will upload your save files and like that's just like a free thing that they.
Yeah, and it's built in on my computer.
Everybody else makes you pay for it, so
Mm-hmm.
you could just upload your save files and you'll have a cloud where if you switch to another computer, you can just play the game from where
You
you
have a
left
cloud.
off.
That what if it starts to rain?
If it starts to rain, then the water would get on your computer and short everything out. And,
Damn, fucking clouds are
and
dangerous.
that would be bad. I mean, but if you don't have, as long as your room has a roof, you should.
But I heard happiness is like a room without a roof, or you're so happy.
I know, but if that's the case, I mean, I don't think I'd be very happy if a cloud started raining on all my stuff.
I mean, I think you're missing the point. You kind of do need the water because it's on Steam, so it has to rise, and that way you play the game. So you got to have water in the room.
I didn't think
in order for Steam to work. See, that's the one thing Steam users never, we never forget that. You got to have water in the room to play it on the Steam.
But what about in Commando when Arnold threw the pipe through that guy and he just said let off some steam, Bennett? Where did the steam come from in that one?
Hit through a pipe through a guy.
Yeah.
I would guess through the friction from the pipe. I'm not sure. How do you throw a pipe through a guy? Just
he did it. He's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
And it was the blunt end too.
What do you think of this? Should I start doing this?
I told you before that you kind of look like the dude on YouTube. What's his name? Wang.
Big Wanger.
Yeah, you're copying Wang, Jack.
I don't think he invented this.
You copying Wang.
He's the first person to have a mustache.
I kind of like it. I think I should shave here a little bit.
Vic, everything good, buddy? Everything good?
He's enamored by all the Steam talk.
Okay, yeah, I know. Ooh, Kitty, is that Brucey?
That's Brucey.
Brucey.
You can say hi, Brucey.
Hey, Brucey. Hi, Brucey. Over here, Brucey.
Oh, he's running away.
Brucey ain't having any of it.
Mike Whitcomb says Batman the Animated Series is a classic. Really, really, really good stylized animation.
Oh, man.
Classic.
Just like Chavo Sr.
Chavo classic.
Thoughts on we did that one. Would you stop watching AEW if the Elite left? No.
No, I'd probably watch it more.
I like the Elite, but I mean I wouldn't stop watching.
Back to the Chavo thing. That's probably like one of the better Vince McMahon names that made no sense. I do like Chavo Classic.
Yeah, I liked it too.
If the Elite was to leave AEW, I'd be kind of sad to see that happen.
I would too. I'm not saying to be happy, but I wouldn't stop watching it.
I don't think I'd stop watching, but would they be welcome in WWE if they went there? I mean,
that'd be the last place they'd go.
Maybe they would control their narrative.
Would they go to the control your narrative?
Or maybe they would go with who is this guy starting a new company?
Freddie Prinze.
Freddie Prinze Jr.
Freddie Prinze Jr.
It's like we got another money mark, guys.
Freddie Prinze Jr. Ain't you big fan?
Yeah, I mean, like he's been in movies. I mean, like I don't hate him, but I mean, like
fuck Freddie Prinze Jr. Fuck that bitch.
But he was Fred and Scooby Doo.
Fuck that shit.
Fred and Scooby Doo.
The hell, he's some kind of dumbass watching that shit.
Hey, he's a wrestling fan. Take it easy on him.
Is he come on the show? I haven't asked him. Well, let's ask Freddie Prinze Jr. Maybe he'll come on the show and he'll tell us all about it.
Ask him right now.
Freddie. What is it going to call? Freddie Prinze Jr. Wrestling? Like, you got to have a name.
What's that, FPJW?
FPJW.
FPW. Oh, yeah, FPJ. You can't. It's not changeable. FTR Santini. Oh, we did that one. Is that the last time we see Malachi Black in an AEW ring? If so, what are your favorite memories? I I liked when he came in, and I don't know. I don't think he ever really lived up to what his potential, I guess. I don't know.
I'm trying to think what was like a good match that he had.
I actually kind of like Brody King better. I thought he really grew. He really grew on me when he was doing a lot of those singles matches with Darby. I think he's really got a lot going for him.
Mm-hmm. So what's his deal? Well, why would he be upset? I mean, they have used him. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. I think they've let him do what he wants, as far as I know.
Is it the Triple H? He wants to go back to Triple H Blues. I mean, like he's like
maybe he just
he knows
wants
he's
to
in
be
control.
undefeated and have all the titles.
He wants to be back with his wife. No, I don't know.
That could be. It could be true.
Yeah, it could be jealous. He's like, I bet she's banging all them big beefy wrestlers when I ain't around.
Like Braun Strowman.
Thoughts on this? WWE announces Paul Triple H Levesque's promotion to Chief Content Officer, and Frank Riddick has also been promoted to President in WWE. Hell yeah.
Damn, no more Jack Tunney.
Who the fuck's Frank Riddick?
Some goofball.
Good for that dude, I guess. Kurt Angle explained why Vince McMahon made him turn down Pearl Harbor movie role. What? Wasn't that a big movie?
What was he gonna be? The plane? Like
who got turned down in the Pearl Harbor movie?
No, Kurt Angle, I guess, was going to be in Pearl Harbor, and Vince McMahon made him say no.
Well, we have heard a lot of stories about Vince wanting people to say.
But that, like, I don't think it was a good movie, but it was like a big movie, though.
It was a big movie. Yeah.
That's weird.
I'd say screw you, Vince.
Yeah.
I'll
we
do it with a
better
broken
do the
freaking
Marine
neck.
Part 7. Finn Balor on the Good Brothers returning to WWE. I'm sure once the time is right, they'll be back. Your thoughts?
No, they won't.
Fuck them. I can't stand these guys. But I'm a fair man, and I will say they were done wrong. They were promised a long-term contract if they stayed and didn't go to AEW. They did that. They stood by their word, and then WWE released them in like a month later. So they were done wrong. So I could see Triple H wanting to do right by them and maybe bringing them back. So I could see that. Do I want to see them as a fan? No.
That probably won't be for a while. And if they do come back, they'll get huge signing bonuses.
Gago 13, he's saying Yokes is actually the developer for the AEW game Fight Forever, not AKI. Yokes is the developer of SmackDown wrestling games, which I did not like. I liked SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. I thought that was a really good one.
I don't like those games. So now I'm not as happy.
Well, I think Here Comes the Pain was very similar to the 64 games. In a sense, it was a pretty good game.
It's a good new look. I might go with that.
Okay. Maybe the dude at the thing would let your picture be taken.
Yeah, if you look like that.
They let me in the casino this time. Last time I went to that same casino with Bearded Incher in 2018, and they would not let me in.
Yeah, was it because you're American?
Well, I'm still American, but they let me in this time.
Did they ask you, are you willing to fight for the rights of every man?
I don't know. I got a card. I've got a gold card for this casino, which gives me 10% off drinks and meals. I wanted to go to the steakhouse, but this because the steakhouse there is voted the #1 steakhouse in all of London. But I was with a couple of vegans. Not sure the steakhouse is the place for them.
They have vegan friendly meals in steakhouses.
They had vegan everywhere, honestly.
You will cater
Even
to your friends who are vegans, but you won't cater to your friend who doesn't drink.
The fuck you talking about? I don't drink either, bitch.
Though back in the day, you're like, oh,
I didn't say you had to drink.
You gotta come out.
I never said you had to drink.
You're a bitch.
This is a bold-faced lie. If you claim that I tried to make you drink, I did not try to make you drink. Part of my trip to Kentucky was the Bourbon Trail.
I'm saying you would cater to the vegan friends but you don't cater to me.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Because you wouldn't go to a place that serves primarily meat, and you're criticizing
out
me
to eat
for not going to a place that.
But I didn't go to England to go to the steakhouse.
You know,
part of my trip to Kentucky was to go on the Bourbon Trail. We planned it all out. We were on the Bourbon Trail when you called me. All you had to do was come and meet us. But you're like, no, you sons of bitches. How dare you enjoy yourself when I'm even there?
I'll be there here in a little bit. And then you made me wait 2 hours.
You could have joined us. Oh, wow, 2 hours. You're like, oh, my God.
Oh, wow. 2 hours. Like, you wouldn't be mad if somebody made you wait 2 hours.
You didn't have to. You just wouldn't go.
Only imagine how
you could have came. The Bourbon Trail wasn't just about drinking. The Bourbon Trail, you could have learned how bourbon was made. You could have saw the buildings. You could have saw the scenery, and you could have hung out with me and Bearded Edger. That's the main thing. It's about brotherhood, hanging out, having a good time. It ain't about drinking. You could have had just a good time with us. No! You're like, I'm going to stay across town. I'm not even going to stay in the same hotel as you. I will stay in the room with you. I will stay in the hotel with you. I'm going to stay in the hotel across the city because I don't want to be feeding you.
I can't make them watch me.
Yeah, you bunch of bullshit lying asshole.
I can't do it to you. Oh, but answer you, motherfucker. Come watch me get drunk.
I did. But I went to Gordon Ramsay's. I went to Gordon Ramsay's burger place.
Jason's driving.
I got a big old lamb burger with mint sauce.
What were we talking about?
Well, you're just being a bitch, pretty much. But that's just a foregone conclusion.
I was spouting truth.
Spouting the bullshit, the lies.
100% truth.
Bourbon Trail. I'd go on the Bourbon Trail again, even though I don't drink, because it was fun. It was entertaining. It was educational.
Now he's being Mr.
And you get stamps every time you go to one. And then you get little pins. I have a hat upstairs with all the pins of all the bourbons.
He just said he was in a bar with a bunch of drunks, and he said he felt like he was out of place. You felt like
that's because they were singing. Karaoke is not fun sober. I'll stand by that. That's one thing I don't enjoy sober.
Yeah, karaoke. Whatever. Try to slippery.
What?
Get your way out.
Try to slip in your anus?
See, he always goes to that. But you're trying to slip your way out of this one. You know I'm right. 100%.
I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, but you are really a stick in the mud. You hate enjoyment. You hate fun. You hate good times.
Yeah.
You're like, I just want to go to Applebee's, McDonald's, and sleep.
Oh, the Applebee's is eating good in the neighborhood. How could you hate Applebee's, Jack? You don't have a heart.
Fuck
you don't have
Applebee's.
A soul.
When we would go to Fan Fest every night, it would be either we got to go to McDonald's or everyone, honestly, from West Virginia for some reason, they were all like, "Woo, go to Applebee's." Yeah,
you did not go to an Applebee's in West Virginia.
They start dancing around.
You did not go to Applebee's in West Virginia. I don't know what.
No, all the West Virginians that were at Fan Fest were all about going to. Honestly, I don't know why. You, Gary Dameron, there's a bunch of them. All were just all about Applebee's.
In all honesty, I wasn't like, woohoo, let's go to Applebee's. Applebee's was the only place nearby.
That's not true. Open. That's not true at all. Because we stayed at that hotel. No, it's not. That's a complete.
And late at night, they wanted to go late at night
because we were at the hotel that had the man-made boardwalk. That had like 5 restaurants on the boardwalk, all within walking distance, that were in fact closer to us than Applebee's was. Applebee's was a long walk.
And you're going to eat good in the neighborhood.
These nice restaurants were right there in walking distance on the man-made boardwalk. You had the pub place where you could get late night. You go there late night. That's where you eat the calamari. You had the Mexican place that had great food. You had a burger place. You had all the places you needed right there like 2 minutes right outside.
That's
No,
a very good
yeah, please.
You're lying now.
No, I'm
Just
not.
read Jonathan Jackson's shirt,
That's-
you asshole.
Jesus Christ.
Just read it.
Bite like an 8-year-old girl. The inch your shirt.
That's pretty good. All right, Venture. That's Ace Steel.
Oh, he's stealing. He's stealing.
Jeez, now
Oh.
you think I look like Ace Steel?
Ah, backwards Bob for president. Yeah.
Yeah, then you bother you
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
Oh,
Jonathan Jackson has a really sweet backwards Bob shirt.
Sitting over there. I need a frame to frame it up.
Yeah. Sign it. How long did it take Jack to recover from jet lag? This is a true story. I'm not trying to be a tough dude, but for whatever reason, knock on wood, I've never been affected by jet lag. So I was fine as soon as I landed. The only time, so I landed, I was totally fine. I didn't sleep Friday. I flew Friday night, landed Saturday morning in England. Got to my hotel, checked in, went out to eat, went to the festival. But as soon as I sat down in the movie, started to sleep. But other than that, it was totally fine. And when I came home, I don't know. I don't know why. Also, when I used to drink, I never had a hangover. Knock on wood again. I don't know why. Lexar.
See, looky here. Look, Applebee's hours. Applebee's hours.
That's nice, but somewhere
12
on the
a.m.
boardwalk.
12 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. We were at the convention.
But so wasn't the places on the boardwalk.
No, they weren't. They weren't.
Yes, they
open.
were, because
All of
we
them
would
were
go
closed.
down to that
You are
one almost
lying.
every night.
You are lying.
No,
Sir.
the night was. How'd you eat the calamari late at night?
We went there like earlier.
Yeah.
It was after one of the events, which was like kind of early. No, you're lying.
Because I went to the same hotel for Mad Monster every year, and we would go down there at night.
Oh, now he's
never
making up
one time
stories
did we
where
go
I
to
wasn't even
Applebee's.
there.
Not
He's
one
making up stuff.
time. No, it's the truth, because
Lies.
every year Mad Monster played the same hotel, and you could walk out and go to all the restaurants right on the boardwalk late at night.
No, you're full of it.
Yes.
Maybe at that time, but not when you were with me. Everything was closed.
No, it's not true. Me,
And
you, Van,
"Oh,
Van, Van's wife, and Troy went to we made you eat calamari late at night.
I remember eating the calamari, but it wasn't like that late. I don't think it was
Yeah,
like
it was
maybe
like
around
midnight.
8 or 9.
No, you're
It wasn't that late.
making up lies.
I don't think it was that late. I mean, I could be mistaken, but I don't
I have
think
it
it was
marked down
that
on my
late.
calendar right now. It was 12:07.
No, it wasn't. You asshole. You're lying.
Lexar, a few weeks ago, Vince.
Tell
I am
the
telling the
viewing
truth,
audience.
and you're full of lies and deceit.
You're the liar. You're
Lexar,
lying.
a few weeks ago, Vince McMahon and a unidentified woman had dinner in New York City with John Cena's wife. What does this mean?
It means like, are we surprised that John Cena was pushed at all? I mean, he's going out on double dates with fucking Vince McMahon now. He's just like, we are the biggest buddies ever.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell? You know, Vince just loves some John Cena.
Stellar Steven, Jack only plays Monopoly. Well, I actually do have a Monopoly Solitaire on my phone. I have very few games, but that's so true. I'm also a big fan of cribbage. But Monopoly is Monopoly chess too.
You going to get a time machine and go back and play cribbage with Andre the Giant? Is that what
cribbage is a good game. My grandfather taught me how to play it. Cribbage. Well, my grandfather taught me how to play cribbage, blackjack, poker, and everything we played was always for money.
Damn, no wonder they stopped you from going to the casino that first time.
So,
counting cards and shit.
So maybe. So I remember this. I was very young. I think it was before I was going to kindergarten. So probably like 4 or 5 years old. I was learning how to play. I think it was black. We would do what we call dealer's choice. Whoever was dealing would pick whatever game you play. So Omaha, which is sort of like 7 card stud. I mean, yeah. But anyway, Omaha, poke, all different things. And so anyway, I lost a bunch of pennies and I started to cry because I lost. And so my mom was giving me the pennies back. And my grandfather said, no, he's got to learn how to lose. And I think that's a valuable lesson.
See, this is part of the training that you didn't tell Lexar. He doesn't know how to lose.
That's true. If you go to the casino, the thing is, you got to take the money that you would expect. Okay, I'm going to lose this. So you're only going to bring what you don't mind losing.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you have to enjoy your time there. So if you go there and you have fun, you spend as much money as you might just going out anywhere. It's no big deal. But you might happen to win then. But you can't really go like, I'm going to win. And never take more than you're comfortable losing. Now that Braun Strowman returned to WWE, what will happen to control your narrative? It'll become the biggest promotion ever, and Braun will be like, holy fuck, I got to get out of here and get back to control your narrative.
Boom, period.
Breathe a narrative.
No control in his narrative.
You think Braun raped EC3 after that?
Oh, Jesus Christ. He said hundreds of dollars, and then he go out. Look at EC3. He looks like he's just sad he's leaving.
He does look like he's sad there.
Take me to like the end of that Twilight Zone episode when the guy turns young and the guy was old pissed. The kick your can episode, and he's like, "Take me to." Okay, let's see here. Who has a better wrestling weekend? Who had a better wrestling weekend? WWE or AEW? They both had good weekends. If all this is true, maybe WWE, because maybe AEW didn't have the best overall.
Yeah.
Here are some of the matches and segments that I want to see at AEW Dynamite Grand Slam.
Yeah, he's got like a triple-ended question, this guy.
This is Lexar. This is your boy Lexar.
It's Lexar. I thought it was Nikhil.
Oh, yeah, we went through all Nikhil's.
Lexar can't stay till the end of the show. He doesn't get all his questions answered.
Kenny Omega versus Will Ospreay.
These aren't even questions. He's just listing matches.
Yes. What are we supposed to say? Just okay?
Sounds good.
Let's just start clapping.
Yeah, that's Lexar.
Then here's one that just says women's match.
Yeah, women's
around
match. Love some
They're women. Luchasaurus must choose a side. Christian Cage. Well, why would Jungle Boy even want to be with him at this point after he beat him up?
Yeah,
that would be
For
just
a second
stupid.
time, he turned on him.
Three-way tag team AEW World Tag Title match. Swerve in Your Glory versus the Acclaim versus Private Party. Well, I would like to see the Acclaim win the titles, but I would rather see them win in a one-on-one tag match.
Why is Tony Khan turning into Vince and just putting all the black guys together?
True. Very WWE like. Continued. Andrade addresses his fans.
He has fans.
Okay. It's like Incher and Stellar Steven.
Your boys in the chat room there.
Who's my boy? Go 13. I think Jack and Incher should play the AEW Fight Forever game live on Twitch. Best of 7. Dean Maya! Acknowledge our king.
There's your boy.
Will Jack wish Incher best of luck on his future endeavors? I will never fire Incher. He is here for life. Even if he wants to leave, he can never leave.
No matter how much they fight, no matter how many chairs get thrown, no matter how many people get beat.
How much ass Incher bites.
Yeah.
Incher, do you think if you...
Oh, he's tapping out.
Incher's more of an ass nibbler, I think. From my
Gotta be up in 4 hours, guys.
All right, good night.
Vic, you really should have went to bed earlier. I hate to think about him just dragging ass out of bed. That's dedication.
Yeah.
That's dedication.
Dedication.
But yeah. Thanks a lot, Lexar. Boring questions made Vic tap out.
I know.
I love you, Lexar.
But Incher, if you were gonna bite my ass, wouldn't you get more like a loving nibble?
What? No.
Live shoot mic promo. CM Punk versus MJF. I don't even understand. Was this already happen or what?
He just knows it's gonna happen.
Oh, he probably wrote this at the strip club.
Maybe Lexar's from the future. We just never know.
How many fish and chips did Jack eat? What does it taste like?
Just
I
like
didn't have any fish and chips out there just because it's very common to me here where I live. I had it last time with Dobbs. And it was very good, but it's basically what I would get here. I mean, it tastes like fried fish and French fries.
Yeah.
Pretty basic. It's good though. I like it. Better transportation, the underground or the double-decker bus? The underground, much faster. Jack said he might get pelted with tomatoes if the movie sucked. Did he get slop with potatoes or with flowers? Yeah, it went over very well. It was a very exciting time. All kidding aside, it was a very great experience to watch my movie with people, and people really liked it. Did Jack drink his afternoon tea with his pinky up? I did have tea, but I was weird though, because I drink black coffee and I couldn't find anywhere that sold black coffee. They sold Americanos black, which I like anyway, so that was good. But they had white coffee, which do they make it with the cream already in it? It was very weird, but you couldn't just order black coffee. You had to get a black Americano. Did Jack see and worship the Queen of England? Nope. How many pairs of pajamas do you have?
Just the one.
I used to have, I don't think I have any more that fit me. So none, I guess. I usually just sleep with like one of my old shirts that are big. I do have some lounge pants, especially when it's cold, so I don't get a chilly willy.
Chilly willy.
Because Intra's not here to keep it warm for me.
Yeah.
At Fan Fest, he was always lending a helping hand. He's like, "You went to Applebee's, Jack. I gotta repay you." Now it's time for me to be eating good in the neighborhood. Yeah. What the hell's he doing? Fucking playing Candy Crush?
Just trying to no sell.
Broadway Willie's closes at 11 p.m.
You wouldn't look the shit up. Yeah, and the other place closed at midnight, so it's a real big difference.
So we got out of those wrestling shows at late.
The In Your Head Facebook group now has followers instead of members. This is from GGB. The In Your Head group now has followers instead of members. What are your thoughts? Yeah, I don't get this because the Without Your Head page still has members. I don't know what the difference is.
I don't get it.
Just some bullshit.
Some of those wacky Facebook rules, I guess.
Lexar, how many wrestling shows will you attend before the year is over?
I don't know. It just depends if they do anything around me or, we'll see.
I did get tickets to a Rampage coming up. It was weird. It's just a Rampage.
Yeah, that's weird that they film. Hopefully they film some other shows like after Rampage.
Right. Yeah. I don't know what's happening.
Is it a special event? Because I know like some of the Saturday shows they
it's on a Friday. Our mom, I'm going with my brother and his girlfriend and our mom.
Maybe they're going
first time our mom will be at an AEW show.
Did it say anything about a special event?
I don't think so.
Maybe they're gonna start filming that new women's show.
Yeah, maybe.
How many? That was it for Lexar. Tony Obasta. Which Zoom caller do you miss the most in between shows? Every single one of them.
Most definitely.
Mostly Jonathan Jackson.
I miss them all.
Would Lexar let Rhea Ripley poop on his chest? Lexar actually replied, "No, but I'll let Rhea wrap her legs around my head and neck."
Huh.
If you're listening, Rhea Ripley, that's a great invitation. I'm sure you're dying to
She's dying to
fulfill.
Mhm.
Tony,
She's got a thing for Latino guys.
Alexa, are you intrigued?
Yes.
I'm sorry, that was Goosey. I'm very intrigued. Which Headyverse member would enter sacrifice if it meant Michael P.S. Hayes would die too?
Oh man,
that's a very dark question.
Does that old still count?
Yeah, one.
There you go.
Dobbs wants to know: do we have any fond memories of this?
And I wouldn't sacrifice anybody to see somebody die. I don't want that on my soul.
Do you have any fond memories of this?
What happened to Tazzo?
I don't know. Did he was that hard way or did he kick himself? He was attacking the globalists.
that's when he stormed the pizzeria.
Like, I could see him. Honestly, I could see him doing that, but don't do that, Taza. I worry about Taza sometimes. All kidding aside. Lexar, what's your favorite memories of the first day of school when you were a child?
I would get really nervous on the first day.
Yeah, I always suck because your summer's over and you go back to school.
Yeah, that sucked too. Summer breaks are the best.
Summer loving.
I want a summer break.
Had me a blast. A summer
Jonathan,
loving.
can I have a summer break?
Just take one. I mean, Lexar took one.
Yeah,
You can too.
yeah, just quit.
Yeah, I mean, they might hire another guy, but I mean, there's still work out there.
Yeah.
How imminent is Jack's new stable, House of Jack? Interesting. That'd be good. The House of Jack. The house that Jack built. Boom.
Bam.
This is the house that Jack built. This is the Jackson that lay in the house that Jack built. What British souvenirs did Jack pick up? I bought a cool hat. And I also bought a shirt from the festival that has the name of my movie on the back. That was cool. I bought my brother a London shot glass. I bought my mom a London purse. I bought Annabelle a Mr. Bean keychain.
Oh man.
I bought Trista a festival t-shirt. That's everybody. Here's the shirt if anyone cares. You can see it on my Facebook. Not too, I did buy a cool hat. My last day in Soho was walking around. There was a street vendor at all these hats. A really cool flat cap. They had a really nice top hat I almost bought, but that was kind of big. They also had a bowler. It was pretty cool. All right. You have any cool hats, Incher? Did you want something from England, Incher? If so, it's too late.
Well, thanks a lot. Yeah, I got a cool hat. Right here. In your head on it.
Hell yeah. We got matching hats, bitch.
It's too hot to wear right now. You gotta see my bald chrome dome.
Here's the hat I bought from a street vendor. I think it's pretty rocking.
Pretty rocking.
Oh, I also bought a stock, like a knit cap too from the Freight Fest, but it's too hot to wear at the moment. Me and Jack rode the bunny. That's right. The only other person that was in my room was Dobbs. What are your favorite memories of riding the pink bunny?
Is that when you found out the room wasn't soundproof?
I found out what the use of these belts were for.
Oh man.
Dobbs, he's got some red marks on his wrist.
No wonder he wanted to keep his identity a secret.
Tony Oberstar, if you could caress the bosom of one female wrestler, who would it be?
The bosom.
That's what I like to do in chess. That really turns a woman on.
Yeah.
Alexa, if you're still watching, that's a good hint, good tip for you. If you see a nice woman you want to meet, talk to at the strip club, just go up and go whoop 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 whoop.
They love that.
Enter, what female wrestler do you want to caress the bosom of?
Jamie Hayter.
Oh, she's more of an ass woman, is she?
Oh, the bosoms. Oh, I was thinking ass. So
that's more the buttocks.
The back bosoms.
The bosoms. Let's go with
I'll say all of them.
All one of them.
That's the Vince McMahon answer.
Mike Bessala. I watched the documentary about Rob Van Dam, also known as RVD, a couple of years ago when he talks about how Cracker Barrel, it's his favorite restaurant, and he seeks him out when he's on the road. I think I remember a part where he goes back to the kitchen to talk to somebody about the details of his order. If you were a professional wrestler, what restaurant would be your Cracker Barrel? I'm not saying this to get Intra mad because I know he probably loves Cracker Barrel, but
you're goddamn right I do.
I went to Cracker Barrel for the first and only time in Buffalo with the bearded Intra and I forget her name. And it fucking sucked. Everything is completely bland.
I'm not listening to this. I'm out of here.
Goodbye. This is the last question.
You, sir. You
it fucking sucked. Are you telling me you like this? That is terrible food.
You are not going to talk badly about my.
That stuff was worse than
grilled chicken tenderloins. They're very tasty. Lance Storm agrees.
Everything was completely, totally flavorless.
And you
they gave like a big thing of biscuits and gravy on the table.
You don't even want to eat good in the neighborhood. You are not the man to trust in this matter. I'm done.
You just like just the most basic stuff.
Talk to the hand if you don't understand. Oh yeah. I'm leaving. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of you and your bashing of Applebee's and your bashing. I go to Cracker Barrel.
Even that other redneck though, the other hillbilly, even your bearded Intra told me he didn't like Cracker Barrel.
What'd you just call me? What'd you just call me?
What?
Say it again so everybody can hear. Say it.
I don't recall.
Say it. The other redneck, the other hillbilly. Listen. He's like, oh, that dumb redneck, he can go in the Bourbon Trail, but not my vegan friends. They cannot be bearing witness to me eating meat. I wouldn't dare do that to them.
No, honestly,
I've
eaten meat in front of them. I see
what it is.
They, I didn't think they had.
I couldn't dare drag them to a restaurant where they can't eat nothing. What do you guys say about that, Jackie Jones?
They got lettuce.
Insulting people. You're rednecks and hillbillies. You're.
Why is that an insult, though?
You're stereotyping. You're stereotyping Mr. Backwoods Bob. Here I am playing at your all tarnations. Oh my goodness.
People love it.
Why
is that an insult? I think it's paying homage.
You know what you're doing, you asshole. You're being an asshole. I've had enough of it.
You love it.
Man, I want to leave and eat my Fifth Avenue.
All right.
It's
Well, we
very
only got
hot.
one more question left.
That's
But
the fucking question.
the question was though, what would be your Cracker Barrel? So what would be the restaurant that you'd stop at all the time?
Cracker Barrel.
Fucking Cracker Barrel.
I like Outback really well. I like Longhorn. I like I don't know. I like Jim's, the local place to me, but nobody knows that. See, exactly. You don't know what it is.
I thought maybe it was just a friend of yours.
No, it's a place called Jim's. It's very famous in Huntington, West Virginia. It has a seat where JFK sat down to eat.
Was it where he was killed?
No, that was in Texas, you dumbass. You've been there.
In that
You know
driving
where that
restaurant.
Oh man.
What's another place I like really well?
What kind of food do they sell at Jim's?
It's kind of diner food, really. Just like
That sounds good.
Wait, doesn't this question imply though that it has to be like a chain that's?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because
yeah. See, he's struggling to think of anything. Look at the smoke.
Oh, if I would go to a chain.
Like,
No, I like Texas Roadhouse.
But
Texas Roadhouse is good steak. Probably the best chain steakhouse.
I like KFC. I like a lot of the pizza places that are chains. A lot of the pizza places that are chains.
There's playing checkers at the Cracker Barrel.
See, look at him. He's having fun. He's enjoying himself. Don't let him lie to you. He's not. He doesn't have a look on his face like that was bland food. He loved it.
That was checkers.
I'm gonna drag you to the Cracker Barrel, and you're gonna eat it again. You're gonna eat what I tell you to eat. Chris Jericho said it was his favorite pancakes. He loves the Cracker Barrel pancakes.
All kidding aside, it was just.
Are you calling
really
Chris Jericho
shocked.
a liar? Is that what
I
you're
know?
doing?
I think he just has bad taste. Here we were eating at the Cracker Barrel.
See, look at the decorum. Look at all that crap on the walls. You
Bearded entrance just sitting there watching us recording this.
not eating at all. He's just look at him.
I feel like you got some A1 on the table there.
Yeah, that's really unusual.
Some
A1 hot
57?
sauce. I think you can't get it everywhere.
Oh, that's hot sauce. I thought it was 57 for a minute.
No, it was like some kind of hot sauce. No, all kidding aside, it was super. Everything was super bland. And
they serve booze now. You can get booze.
Drink
there.
that shit.
I know, but back in the day, you would.
I didn't drink at that time either. I stopped drinking at this point. No, it was really bland.
Now I know what you're talking
they
about.
gave everything came with biscuits and gravy, and even that was. I don't know how you can make like really bland biscuits and gravy. Like the white gravy was everything.
I don't normally eat
nothing.
that.
You had salt. Even it was just everything just so bland.
Salt on the table, asshole.
They ran out of salt that
You
day.
gotta cook the food with salt. Adding salt's not the same.
Well, they got a lot of old people there who have problems.
That's
with
exactly
salt.
what Bearded Interest said. He's like, they make everything real bland because it's all old people who eat here.
They got a lot of old people who come in and they can't eat the salt.
It really reminded me of even like a less flavorful old country buffet.
You just hate everything. You're
No,
you don't want to have fun. You don't want to eat
fun.
good.
Yeah, no boy.
You just
Whoa,
hate
this is so fun. Eating some grits and fucking Cracker Barrel. Some plain grits.
Yeah. Well, you want to shit on everybody's parade. That's what you like.
They
to
asked
do.
the question. I'm just
It's
answering
like,
it truthfully.
Jason
I am the
Mitten.
most honest man
Here's
at
Jason
podcasting,
Mitten.
and I am saying fuck the Cracker Barrel.
He's
I know your boys, the Young
"Hey,
Bucks.
Jack, let's go to
I don't
the
have his
Cracker
picture
Barrel."
laying
And
around.
you're like, fuck you, Jason Mitten. He's like, I just wanted to go to the Cracker Barrel.
No, actually, he even warned me. He
Go
said,
to
"You're not
hell,
going to
dude."
like it here." She, Lindsay's her name. She wanted to meet the Cracker Barrel, and Jason's like, "You're not going to like it." He was right because Jason knows my palate.
That's about the gayest thing I think I've ever heard on this show. Oh my God! You gotta agree with that, Jonathan.
Well, I
Jason
think
knows my palate. Well, whoop-de fucking do. Oh my God! I'm out of here.
One last question.
What? You said that in the last question.
No, I didn't. We didn't get to the last one. We were asking. That was still the Cracker Barrel. Who would win in a shoot fight between Will Smith and Ace Steel? Ace Steel.
Probably Ace Steel.
Yeah, you just throw a chair at him.
Yeah, I'd say Ace Steel's probably scrapped more than Will Smith has. For the most part, I would say. I mean, he's been in acting for forever. I mean, he doesn't know what it's like to have that killer instinct. Ace Steel's like, if I ain't winning a fight, I'm gonna fight your ass.
Ibzan Arroyo, who's the next wrestler you'll interview? I don't know.
Well, I just gotta wait and see.
Ace Steel.
Colt Cabana.
Boom, boom.
Boom, boom. Colt Cabana. All right, everybody.
What do
I
you
gotta
mean,
get
Bert?
this door open. I'm burning up. What is it?
Stellar Stevens
like
says
81.
Jack's fun is riding bunnies. I don't have any air conditioning down here either, but you don't see me crying like
Oh,
a bitch.
whatever. Whatever. You're like way up north too. It's probably like
Probably hotter here.
Oh, you're full of shit. More up north is cooler, you dumbass.
No, it's not.
But for the most part, it is. I'm closer to the equator.
It's a lot more humid.
Here's the
here.
geography answer. If you're closer to the equator, it's going to be hotter. So go fuck
West
yourself.
Virginia's not close to the equator.
It's closer than you are.
Let's see. What's the temperature in West Virginia?
It's like 81 today. At least it was.
It's 97 here.
You're lying. All right. Let's see, asshole.
Let's see. It says it's 70.
See, it's 70, and it's like 80 here.
No, it's 70 where you are.
Well, it's at night now. And I'm in a house.
Yeah, and it's
not air
67
conditioned.
here. It's like the same.
76.
It says 60. It says it's 70 where you are. Let's look it up.
What is it up at your place?
67.
Say 60, that's a big difference. Admit it, that's a big
But our
difference.
humidity is a lot higher.
They got a lot of humidity here too.
I'm completely surrounded by the water.
But you just fucking say you're right, Incher, for one. You're fighting me on temperature right now.
That's important stuff.
No, it's not. Just say, oh yeah, I guess it is warmer where you're at. God, I'm not trying to take your pennies and make you cry, for Christ's sakes.
What?
You said you cried when
Yeah, but I was like 4 years old. All right. B4B4 says vice presidents from the company Punk works for went to his locker room to physically confront him. Punk could own AEW. I agree. If this was all real, but it's not.
I think it's real. I think it's real. I think it's real.
We'll see you guys next week.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Fabio Frizzi this week on Without Your Head. Check it out. Good night, everybody.
Night.